They have set up sort of outdoor places that people can go to get assistance. And I must say, though, federal support is for people who do not have insurance, homeowners insurance primarily. Homeowners who did lose their homes are being told to consult with their insurance companies first and make sure they get that help first. And then after that, if they need any additional assistance, to go to the federal government or local agencies or state agencies. And as I said before, really the big issue, again, keep in mind, Los Angeles is a city that had a housing crisis before these fires broke out. Now that housing crisis has only increased, is only more severe as tens of thousands of people, thousands of people look for places to live. And primarily, we're looking at people who are trying to get into apartments or other homes right now, more than we are temporary shelters.
You were speaking about FEMA there. FEMA is an agency that President Trump has recently criticized in an interview, and President Trump is also expected to visit LA today. How is he planning on addressing the emergency there?
Well, we really don't know. We don't have many specifics about this Los Angeles trip. Keep in mind, this will be his first official trip since returning to office outside of Washington. We don't know as of this moment whether he's meeting with the governor of California, whether he's meeting with the mayor of Los Angeles. Right now, we just know he's supposed to be here in a few hours here in LA. And the hope is that he'll provide assistance to the state, assistance that this state desperately needs and Los Angeles needs. But as many of your, again, viewers know, there's long been animosity and hostility between Donald Trump and California, particularly California leaders. And these leaders don't know, is he coming to help us, or is he coming to scold us and saying we're not getting the aid we need until California does certain things that President Trump wants to see. Most recently, he's talked about that he believes we're mismanaging our water resources. He'd like to see that change. Water experts say that's impossible, that what he's advocating is nearly impossible to do.
We'll leave it there for the moment. But thanks so much for joining us today. Saul Gonzalez, host of U.S. Public Radio's The California Report. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thousands of people are on the move in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, fleeing fresh fighting in the region. The M23 rebel group has captured swathes of territory from the Congolese army in one of sub-Saharan Africa's most mineral-rich regions. M23, which is backed by Rwanda, is now closing in on the city of Goma, where many people have fled to. The ongoing violence has created one of the world's largest and most complex humanitarian crises.
Braving dangerous waters and carrying only a few belongings and the clothes on their backs, these people have walked for days. They are heading to Goma, a city in the Democratic Republic of Congo, close to Rwanda, an East African country. They are caught in the crossfire of a 3-decade-long conflict between the Congolese armed forces and several armed rebel groups.
We haven't had peace since the start of this war. Everywhere we go, we find ourselves in an uncertain situation. We don't know what to do. Children get hurt on the way, they go hungry, and we don't know where to go.
This time, it's a rebel group backed by their neighbor Rwanda, called the M23. The rebels are capturing cities, pushing the army further back.
I'm very hungry. I left Minova yesterday for Enzelo, but the situation in Enzelo is not good either. So now I'm heading somewhere, but I don't know where.
Look, my older sister gave birth yesterday. She has a baby, and we don't know what to do.
Congo and the United Nations have accused Rwanda of backing the rebel group M23 with troops and weapons. But Rwanda continues to deny it. Shown here, the M23 targets mineral-rich mines to boost revenues and fund their operations. The war has displaced over 7 million. Activist Fred Baumer describes the lives of those forced to flee.
The camps are extremely overcrowded. There are reports of sexual violence and many killings in and around the camps. Humanitarian aid is insufficient to support these populations. If this were happening in another city or another country like in Europe, it would be considered a major displacement crisis.
One of the world's most complex crises. The conflict shows no signs of ending. Even their place of refuge, Goma, is no longer safe, as it is now surrounded by rebels.
Here in Germany, the suspect in the stabbing deaths of 2 people in the city of Aschaffenburg has been placed in psychiatric care. The 28-year-old appeared in court on Thursday. He's been identified as an Afghan asylum seeker with a reported history of mental illness. Authorities' efforts to deport him failed. Local people have been laying flowers at the scene of the attack. A 2-year-old child and a 41-year-old man were killed during the incident on Wednesday. The stabbing is also impacting German politics as the country prepares for a general election next month. Conservative leader Friedrich Merz is ahead in the polls. He has said he would place checks on all of Germany's borders to stop people entering uncontrolled if he becomes chancellor.
Ich weigere mich anzuerkennen.
I refuse to accept that the actions in Mannheim, Solingen, Magdeburg and now Aschaffenburg are to become the new normal in Germany. Enough is enough.
Voll. Ich werde im Fall meiner Wahl zum Bundeskanzler der Bundesrepublik Deutschland
If I am elected as Germany's Chancellor, I will instruct the Interior Ministry on my first day in office to permanently put controls on all German borders and to reject all attempts at illegal entry without exception.
und ausnahmslos alle Versuche der illegalen Einreise zurückzuweisen.
DW's chief political editor Michaela Küfner has more on the promises Merz has been making.
Yes, he came out with a very firm statement and a very sweeping roadmap ahead if he was to come to power after those February elections. We're in election campaign mode, and you can tell. Basically, he's saying he wants permanent controls at the border, and he doubled down on the very fact that this man should no longer have been in Germany, in fact, shouldn't have been able to enter the country in the first place. Well, the interesting thing about it is that as tough as he is being here verbally on migrants entering the country illegally, also questioning whether asylum is something that will not be questioned once he is in power. It's enshrined in the German constitution. Even that was up for debate. At the same time, he argues that there need to be fast-track ways to get much-needed skilled labour coming into Germany. So it's not all across the board.
And remember, there's many more associated articles to do with the German election on our website. That's at dw.com. To Thailand next, which has become the first Southeast Asian country where same-sex marriage has come into effect. It's the culmination of a decades-long fight for Thai LGBTQ couples. Hundreds celebrated the historic occasion with a mass wedding in Bangkok.
The special moment is about to arrive for Anticha and for Caravan, a lesbian couple who have been together for 5 years. Now their union is legally recognized.
I'm very excited
and happy also. We got this one right. For the first start of
our family. It's very, meaningful for us to have the legalized marriage.
With marriage equality now the law of the land, Thai gay couples gained the right to register their marriages. LGBTQ plus couples will have the same rights as other couples to manage assets, inherit, adopt, and make decisions about their partner's medical treatment.
I work in the medical field, and sometimes critical medical decisions need to be made. I've seen cases where no one else can step in to decide, and it ends up falling to the parents of the LGBT person. They have to call the parents to sign off, and we don't want that to happen to us. Now that the law recognizes us, we didn't hesitate to register.
Activists say the new marriage law is expected to create momentum for greater inclusion of LGBTQ people in Thailand. But challenges remain for some couples, particularly regarding the legal recognition of families.
This law is still incomplete. It doesn't recognize the concept of parenthood beyond the male or female binary. Within our community, marriage often signifies the creation of a family. And many people are already thinking about having children. Some already do. But not everyone identifies as male or female, so the terms father and mother used in the law are not inclusive.
With its first mass same-sex weddings, Thai authorities hope to claim the world record of most same-sex marriage registrations in a single day. For Anticha and for Ravan, this moment is about celebrating their love for each other on this historic day.
Indonesia's school children are now receiving free meals as part of a plan by President.
It's time to reset yourself and everything else around you for success in the new year. Tune in to the Effective Living Series 2025 this January on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. Start your year with insightful discussions and expert tips on personal growth, health, success, and more. From the 6th of January, join Apioko and Caleb Kuda engage our guests with various expertise on the Effective Living Series for a comprehensive guide to resetting your life in 2025.
This is the Effective Living Series 2025
on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. My name is Caleb Kudas.
My name is Apioko Sarah Mashong Abe. Apioko will suffice.
Week 1 kicks off with Personal Reset. Week 2 focuses on resetting your personal economy. Week 3 is all about resetting your health. Week 4, resetting business, calibrate, remodel, and rebuild. Catch the Effective Living Series live on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV, Monday through Thursday. Don't miss out on transforming your life for the better every week only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. The Effective Living Series 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Hallmark Cafe. Hallmark Cafe, delight in every sip and bite.
Besi wa Shio, me no back up for me to farm. I didn't farm. I didn't. For me to. I didn't. For me to. Hey, Mama Sentino, because so now. For me to farm, I didn't farm. Yeah, sad to see my motion. Me no back up for me to farm, I didn't farm. Oh for me to farm, I didn't farm. Yeah, the sun was seen. My motion, me no back up for me to farm, I didn't farm. So sabe, whatever come here. Baby, this is brody, me feel funny. They come out, Matia, don't go. So sabe, ma come vuoi mai? Ma fammi toccare te penso e you ready me no dai. Mai, ma come vuoi mai? Ma fammi toccare te penso e you ready me no. Yeah, mi sa così, ma voce mi no la to, for me to farm, ma ne fa. Say, I want you, me no back up for me to farm, I didn't farm. Ooh yeah, farm, I didn't farm. Obi the shit, na me one way. Soni muye Enrani monte seco siamo no E seco no mateo ma ponti Odeo abanabe Yam fire do isho nyamensa Na bibio nyamensa mono Asai ponti mi seno Isho bose Hello akosi sepo Meba beda santimemo Chidia, me no back for other quentia. Me want a bit so. Abana bay, me find it to touch when you. Me want a feeble. Abana bay. Tamfu to me senwa Oda chidia Ino mefo Oda kwentuya Nana mai Anyone betuo Come on
Wow.
Music there, yeah.
Kwaku, I love Highlife music. Everyone around me knows that for a fact. So when I experience music, contemporary Ghanaian music like this, I tend to enjoy it so much. And this is good music.
I'm telling you.
What a way to start a Friday morning.
Absolutely. And thank you. If you're enjoying as much as we are, that's brilliant. We're excited.
Of course, Kwaku, of course. And you're very welcome to Friday's edition of Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television. We've been with you throughout the week from Monday to Friday. Today is Friday. It's a weekend. I don't know how you are intending to spend your weekend. If you are going to, go to funerals, weddings, parties, outdoorings, or you just want to have a chill weekend at home, we are going to be here to make sure that we start your weekend right with you. Of course, today being Friday, tomorrow there's going to be a Breakfast Daily weekend as well as Sunday breakfast. So trust us here at Channel 1 TV that we've got you sorted when it comes to weekend programming. So there's nothing at all to worry about. Again, if you're joining us via our social media streams, welcome and thank you for joining us this morning. You can send us a WhatsApp message via the WhatsApp number 020-4447-033. This morning, we are going to have a very, very interesting conversation. This conversation has been one that everybody has been talking about. Within the week, we saw the vetting of the gender minister designate, and then she made some comments about the fact that she wants to extend, or she would advocate for the extension of maternity leave from 3 months to 6 months. This morning, we'll be speaking about that, and as we always do it on Fridays, we get very interactive with you. So we'll open the phone lines later on in the show so that you can call in. And when you can't get through to us too, you can send us a WhatsApp message, as I mentioned early on the show. Would love to get very, very interactive with you. If you're sending us a message via X as well, do that and use the hashtag Breakfast Daily. There are other interesting conversations right here on the show. But this morning, let me remind you that we are completely sold out on the Heritage Caravan 2025. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you guys patronize us as much as you did. Thank you. I mean, we can't do this without you. So if you are able to secure a slot for the Heritage Caravan 2025, all you have to do at this point in time is start packing your things, you know, your sweets, your snacks, your toiletries. I mean, everything that you think you'll be comfortable to go on a trip with, because you are signed up for a trip of a lifetime, Kwaku. The trip of a lifetime. It's going to be an amazing experience. And you know, the people, the connections, the food, the culture, the fact fact that you're going to learn about different cultures, the dynamism of culture, how other people do things in various regions of Ghana, going to tour Ghana for some people for the first time, because most people are going to come all the way from abroad, all over the continent to come experience Ghana, live through the Heritage Caravan to see what the nation has to offer. So if you are able to get a slot, thank you so much.
Absolutely. And when you say it's a trip of a lifetime, it literally is a trip of a lifetime, because trust me, I having had the opportunity to go for the first time last year, and being somebody who literally has touched every region of the country, you know, and I've been to everywhere. The only place that we don't go on the Heritage Caravan, really, because of the difficulty of transportation, is Upper West. Right. So we do, once you hit Upper East, it's much more complicated to go across to Upper West, right? And do the rest of the country in 8 days, you know. I mean, it was a much longer, you know, trip. We possibly could have done that, right? But then, having been to all the different places, the experience for me was really an experience of a lifetime, because it's like literally with a group of like-minded people on a road trip. And this is not just you and your 4 buddies. This is you and 100 other people on a road trip, whizzing through the country. Look, there's nothing like it. Trust me, there's nothing like it. And so, again, like you said, those who have gotten their seats on the buses, listen, you're going to be amazed.
Congratulations
to you. You're going to be fantastically amazed. Thank you to, I want to thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Goyle. Thank you to Omnibasic. Thank you to Hollard. Thank you to NLA, the National Lotteries Authority, for sponsoring, and then also to the Ghana Tourism Authority for partnering with us as well. Yeah.
Right, quickly, so that's about the Heritage Caravan. But as I said early on, this weekend we have amazing programming for you, so you may want to stick and stay with us right here on Channel 1 TV. And when I'm talking weekend programming, we can't talk that and leave the kids out. When school is in session, they go to school within the week, and on Saturday or weekends is a fun day, family time. They get to spend time with their family. So that's the more reason why you should tune in to Channel 1 TV and catch another exciting and educative episode of the Wonder Space show with Miss Natalie this Saturday. That's tomorrow. It's going to air at 12 noon right here on Channel 1 television. Very, very interactive sessions. There will be assignments. There will be conversations, activities, yes. And then, you know, when Miss Natalie came here during the launch of the Wonder Space show, she mentioned that the parents get to guide the kids through the assignments that they are giving, and then you send the assignments for an assessment, sort of. And I mean, it's beautiful. It's like a classroom experience on a different level.
And I think that the parents also get to learn a lot. You know, because that's one of the amazing things. Because you watch the episode and you're like, oh, I didn't know that, you know, and so on. So it's beautiful all the way for the family. Yeah. Fantastic. So that's happening this weekend. Let's get into the papers. We have a lot of things happening in the news with the vetting appointments, and some people being upset that their person,
disappointments.
Their person wasn't appointed, and you know. So anyway, this is what I want to say. We voted for a president. And the president has decisions and choices. Once you vote for the president, leave him to do his work. That's what I have to say, right? You choose a president and trust the choice you made that he's capable to make decisions for the nation. If you want to be president, you too should run for president. Then you can make your choices. That's what I would say. Let's go to the Daily Graphic. Abrogloshi reclaimed land under siege. Scrap dealers, onion sellers occupy 80-acre land. Parliament approves 6 more ministerial nominees, and minister pledges reforms to tackle illegal fishing. And we also have Mahama Yariga takes over as majority leader. So those are the front page headlines. On the back page, in the aftermath of the Kantamanto fire, the government donates 1 million Ghana cedis to Kantamanto fire, Kantamanto market fire victims, and PURC directs Ghana Water Limited to resolve Krobo area water crisis. All right, so that's what we have for the headlines on the Daily Graphic.
All right, Kweku, I have with me the News Center newspaper, and on the front page of the News Center, sad story there, 2,494 killed, while 15,607 were injured from road crashes in 2024.
Wow.
That's alarming.
Yeah.
Crime rate in Ghana lower than Canada, Greece, Australia, and others. And that story is on page 8 of the News Center newspaper. Appointments, tension brews between Opari Ado and Basintele. Mobile Money recognizes key partners, agents and merchants. NDC thugs opposed to new Commissioner General invade GRA. Ghana tops global rankings for mobile money regulations. That's what I have on the front page of the News Center.
All right. So, the Chronicle has some very interesting stories here, and a sad one as well. But let me start with the teenager surprises prosecutors. My lord, I lied to my boyfriend that I was 19 years. This one is very interesting, Jifa, because the issue is that the prosecutors went to court knowing that she was 15. Okay.
Yeah.
And so the sexual encounter is defilement.
Yes.
So that's the case.
Yes.
Then in court, she confesses to say that
19.
the person was misled by her.
Me, yes. That I told him I was 19.
I was 19.
Yes.
Hey, Lord. God should have mercy on us.
On the kids. Amen. Amen.
Achini orders removal of excavators along Brim River. Very good call there. After being acquitted and discharged for coup plot, the sad story of Colonel Kojo Gameli, denied compensation, forced to retire from the army. Yeah, I think we should, this one needs some delving into, and so you can grab the Chronicle newspaper to read that. The scripture for today, it says, and that we may be delivered from wicked and evil men, for not all men have faith. 2 Thessalonians chapter 3, verse 2. May you not meet somebody who will deceive you. That's what I have to say.
Amen. Anyway, I have with me the Herald newspaper. Chief of Staff demands a list of Akufo-Addo's last-minute recruits onto government payroll. Fidelity Bank breaks silence on multi-million gold for dollar woes. Details agreement with Ghana's Minerals Fund amid allegations of financial mismanagement. Jubilee House and NDC supporters divide over suitable NCA boss. Jolo chiefs seek political representation after decades of neglect, as well as John Mahama asked to investigate MIIF's $1.8 billion cash saga. So John Mahama asked to investigate MIIF's $1.8 billion cash saga. Right. So quick, that's it on the front page of the Herald newspaper.
All right. And then we have the Daily Analyst.
Right.
And the Daily Analyst says government donates 1 million Ghana cedis to Kantamata fire victims. It says Oko Boy refutes theft allegations. President Mahama appoints Jim Felix as acting Director General of National Service Authority. And I don't know why we choose to do that through the surname first, before the first name. It's not, it's Felix Jemfi, or Felix Jemfi, I don't understand. Anyway, Mahama moves Info Ministry to Presidency to ensure guaranteed flow of information to the public. And yesterday we were talking about this, and the fact that the communication from the government, because the Information Ministry communicates government information. So if if somebody has been appointed, that is Felix Kwacho Fusu, as communicator for the government, then it makes sense to also have the infrastructure of the Information Ministry over there, and so that they can, he says, to ensure guaranteed flow of information to the public. Mahama Yariga takes over as majority leader, and we have Reverend Engineer Edmund Yirinchi Fianco appointed Director General of NCA. And that's the one that's causing a lot of angst,
yes,
among the NDC supporters.
Anyway, my final paper for the morning is the Inquisitor newspaper. Insider hatred, wolves at bust ready to devour new MD. Mahama wants clergy to be active again. Dade Kotopon NDC congratulates Dr. Abe and Dr. Boama, as well as Adentan residents sure of Ramadan's delivery. Right.
All right. So my final paper here is the Catholic Standard, the Ghana Catholic Standard. And it says here, teachers must exhibit decency. Okay, live worthy lives. And we have SICAM commiserates with U.S. bishops. We also have here towards the enduring free SHS policy we all want. It's an editorial in the paper. And the high illiteracy cause of farmer-herder conflicts. Farmer-herder conflicts. Okay, so those are the headlines that we have on the front page of one of the oldest newspapers in Ghana.
The Catholic Standard.
Yeah, one of the oldest newspapers in Ghana. Yep. All right, so that's what we have. You also online stories?
Of course, so I'm taking us to channel1news.com. So there are some stories, very, very interesting ones on the oral team investigates illegal state of lands in Tamale, as well as government directs institutions to provide payroll data on new staff. Mutawakilu appointed acting CEO of Ghana Water Company Limited, as well as Ruth Delacedo named acting deputy DG of National Service Authority. Will introduce responsible small-scale mining, and that's by Rita Kwete. Jifa Gomashi, Emilia Arthur, and Opariado approved as ministers. 60 ministers will not help your political cause, and that's from Afenyo Marking to President John Dramani Mahama. As well as Parliament approves Ahmed Ibrahim, Na Momo Ofosue-Jare as ministers. Government business will suffer if you introduce more debates. Afenyo Marking to Ayariga. So there are other interesting stories there on channel1news.com. If you are looking for stories in terms of sports, business, news, as well as politics, the best place to go is City Newsroom or channel1news.com to have a read of them.
Yep. There's a few headlines here that I want to pick up from the citynewsroom.com. And this one says, Felix Jimfi appointed acting National Service Authority boss. We have Energy Minister inspects 2,500 uncleared ECG containers at Tema Port. How do we have 2,500 containers belonging to ECG that have not been cleared? It beats me, it beats my imagination, Interior Minister designates Muntaka Mubarak to be vetted today. We have Malik Basintale appointed acting CEO of Youth Employment Agency. Adam Mutawakilu has been appointed by Mahama as acting Ghana Water Limited CEO. And the presidency directs government institutions to submit payroll data of new staff. And proud to have led a minority that saved public funds. And those are some of the headlines that we have on citynewsroom.com. All right, so is there anything that's piquing your interest?
Yes, cool. There's a story on the front page of the news center that says Ghana tops global rankings for mobile money regulation. So let me, yes, when this whole mobile money thing came, there were lots of conversations about it. So let me just quickly read the story as it is on the news center. Ghana tops global rankings for mobile money regulation. Ghana has achieved a remarkable global milestone, being ranked as the #1 country for Mobile Money Regulation by the Global System for Mobile Money Communications Association. This prestigious recognition places Ghana ahead of prominent countries like Qatar and Brazil, known for their advanced mobile money systems, according to the GSMA's Mobile Money Regulatory Index. The MMRI, a comprehensive and interactive tool developed by the GSMA, accesses the regulatory frameworks of mobile money systems across 90 countries worldwide. The latest rankings revealed Ghana as the global leader after excelling across 6 critical dimensions and 26 indicators of regulatory effectiveness. That's a beautiful one. The story is very lengthy, but I think it sums it up here. It's a very lengthy story, so I'll just implore you guys to get a copy of the News Center newspaper to catch the rest of the story there. But anyway, kudos to all our telcos, and of course for introducing the mobile money system as well as the interoperability.
I really think that one of the game changers in the system was the interoperability, you know, and the fact that you can switch in and out of networks. If they're not giving you good service, you change, you know.
I, for instance, I'm not one who likes to go to the bank too much, unless, of course, I'm going to receive funds from maybe what's the name?
Money transfer
and all of that. But if not, I do literally everything on my phone, internet banking, or if I have to make some payments that I can't do it through the phone or on the bank apps, then I have to go to the bank. Because look, the last time I went to the bank, I sat in a queue for over 30 minutes unattended to.
Wow.
Yes. Yet there were 5 teller booths.
Yeah, and you know, and in 2025, that shouldn't be happening.
Yes, 5 teller booths.
Be happening.
All were empty, except
gone are
for
the
one.
days. 20 years ago, yes, it's, you know, you could imagine that with long queues, you know, and all of that. But these days, it shouldn't be so, you know. Anyway, let me just quickly touch briefly on another lengthy editorial, but I'll read a bit of it. So this one says, this is from the Catholic Standard, and it says, towards the enduring free senior high school SHS policy we all want. A memorable legacy of the outgone Akufo-Addo administration is the rolling out in 2017 of an ambitious flagship free senior high school policy. Now, the policy's success is in the hundreds of thousands of junior secondary school graduates who, but for the free SHS program, would never have set foot on campuses of senior high schools. Now, the free SHS program, designed to uplift the country's education system, has served the purpose of creating equal educational opportunities for the youth, irrespective of economic background. Now, it has opened doors to many disadvantaged JSS pupils, affording wards of the poor and the economically deprived to access senior high school education. It also has been a social leveler in a country where social status is adored and conjures sometimes undeserved opportunities to a few. Thankfully, the government of President John Dramani Mahama has committed to retaining the free SHS policy with a social contract pledge to refine it and pursue lasting solutions to its challenges. However well-intentioned, the program has encountered and continues to face several challenges, particularly its long-term sustainability. The Free SHS initiative has caused considerable, albeit unintended, strain on the infrastructural capacity of many schools. There has been an exponential increase in student population with the yearly enrollment of thousands of fresh students, which in turn has led to overcrowded classrooms, overstretched dormitory, library, dining, and other such facilities, and inadequate teaching and learning materials. The story goes on and lists a number of challenges, including feeding and various other things in the story here. Fantastic read. You should grab a copy of the Catholic Standard and, you know, get abreast with what it says there. Right.
Interesting. Cool. Let me take us also to the Herald newspaper. You know, you mentioned early on in the opening of the show about how some people have taken it upon themselves to vandalize state properties, occupy places, just because, I don't know if I should call it entitlement.
It's entitlement. That's what it is. It's an entitlement mentality.
I really do not know what's going on.
But it's an entitlement of impunity as well.
Yes. But there's a story here in the Herald newspaper where the chiefs of Jolo seek political representation after decades of neglect. So the chiefs of Jolo traditional area and the whole West District of the Volta region have called on President John Mahama to appoint the next district chief executive from Jolo. In a joint statement signed by Togbe Jalade II and Togbe Fiado, the paramount chief and senior divisional chief of the Jolo traditional area respectively, emphasized that the time has come for the government to appoint a DCE from their community. According to the chiefs, since the inception of the Fourth Republic, Jolo has not benefited from any political appointments, including Minister of State, Member of Parliament, or District Chief Executive. They pointed out that while other traditional areas such as Awudome, Abutia, Avatime, Peje, Dodome, Chome, and Helefi have enjoyed various political appointments, Jolo has been conspicuously overlooked. The chiefs also highlighted that despite their significant contributions, including providing lands and other resources for the development and establishment of a district capital in other developmental projects at Jolo Kutia, they are yet to be rewarded with political appointments. The chiefs reminded President Mahama that 2 of their distinguished sons have applied for the position of DCE in the district and urged him to consider appointing one of them. So, Kweku, the story is quite lengthy, but let me just leave it here. And I don't know how you feel about this, but look, Kweku said it. We gave the nod to the president. We said you wanted someone to lead the country and select the various leaders or institutional heads to help him govern the country and govern well. Can we just leave him to do his work?
Yeah. If you didn't trust him to lead the country, you shouldn't have voted for him.
It's like people are...
And it's okay to say that, oh, we have a preference.
Yes.
But trust his choice.
Yes.
That's what we say. That's what we're saying. Trust his choice, right? Because you trusted him enough to vote for him. So trust his choice. Now, I also think that, yes, I mean, they are making, you know, their voices heard, and it's important to make your voices heard.
Right.
But I also think that you put it in context, right? If you say that you offered land for a district capital, that's benefit. I don't know if you understand. You offered land, and the district capital was given on that land. That's benefit. So, you know, you can get political appointment, but that person will not come and do anything. Apart from a few thousands of cedis that some people will collect in their pockets, they will not benefit anything. There will be proper. You know people in places where people have had political appointees, and yet their roads have never been done. The entire 4 years that the people were in, their roads were not done. So it's not that I really believe that we need quality leaders and not so much fussing for political appointees, because that doesn't necessarily translate into development. Whereas development we are looking for, or is it just named appointments that we are looking for? What are we really looking for? You know, if we're looking for political appointments, well, you may not get development. We should be chasing development. And that's what we should be putting pressure on government and appointed leaders to bring us development. That's what we should be chasing for, you know. So that's my opinion, on this matter.
It's a great submission. So let's just leave the man to do his work and then hope that the people, as Kuku rightly said, the people he appoints will hold them accountable when the job is not being done or when the right thing is supposed to be done and they are going left. So yes, that's all we have for you by way of news review this morning. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we are talking maternity leave. As I said earlier on in the intro of the show, I mentioned that the gender minister designate said during her vetting that she would advocate for a 6-month maternity leave period for new mothers. I mean, what do you think about that? When we come back, we'll open the phone lines. And of course, you can also send us a WhatsApp message via the numbers that will be displayed on your screens when we come back from this break. So do stay with us.
great music, excellent service, great company, and meats galore. The Alisa Friday Barbecue. It's fun on Fridays at Alisa.
Imagine walking into a secure environment you call your own, a home where you are in charge of your own security. But while you dream of a brighter future, shadows could be lurking at your doorsteps and windows. With real-time alerts and a professional response team ready to act, your home is protected around the clock, whether you're away or asleep. Don't wait for safety, create it. Installed by professionals, our systems integrate seamlessly into your home, guarding every nook and cranny. And with our rent-to-own plan, this unmatched security comes with no burdensome upfront cost. Enjoy your safety, payment at your own pace, and peace of mind. Plus, our theft guarantee protection ensures you're covered in case of any loss, giving you even more peace of mind. Secure your home with Home Shield. Make peaceful sleep a habit, knowing we stand guard. Response 1, protecting your world 24/7.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
Incredible!
If you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
Welcome back. Now it's time for us to get into the interactive phone-in segment, and we're talking maternity leave and paternity leave. What do you think? The proposal to extend maternity and possibly paternity leave as well. Well, there's a story we have on channel1news.com. It says here, Namomo Latte advocates 6 months maternity leave for new mothers. And let me quickly read portions of that story for you. It says here, Namomo Latte, the Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection, has proposed extending maternity leave for women to 6 months to enhance the well-being of mothers and their children. Now, during her appearance before Parliament's Appointments Committee on Wednesday, January 22nd, Namomo Latte reaffirmed her commitment to championing improved maternity leave policy in Ghana. Now, she highlighted the need for employers to consider extending the current 3-month maternity leave period, emphasizing that a longer leave would allow mothers sufficient time to recover and care for their newborns effectively. All right, now it says here, it's important, and I quote, it's important for women to have a prolonged leave period, not only to take care of their children, but also to properly heal. As an employer, I'll encourage you that even if you have the opportunity to grant 6 months leave, please do that. She pledged to work closely with stakeholders, including civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, and gender advocates to realize this objective. I will sit with all stakeholders, I quote, CSOs who are deep into it, and I will join the many advocates to look at what is best and ensure that we push it. If the people of Ghana agree to it, then I will be the #1 champion. Namomo Latte also called for extending paternal leave. It says parental leave to fathers. I think it meant to say paternal leave to fathers, emphasizing the importance of allowing both parents adequate time to bond with their newborns and share caregiving responsibilities. So yeah, so that's the whole, issue. Now, I think I want to say to the minister designate, as before she gets the nod of approval and her swearing into office, that in the last parliament, I know one of the bills that was being worked on was this bill, a bill to extend maternity leave to 6 months, and also an extension, I think, of the paternity leave to 3 weeks, as opposed to the 5 days that it's currently at. And it was being championed in Parliament by the likes of Francis Xavier Susu, and then there were other people like the Telet Moms, Enokwe Green, and all the rest. There are other people like Namomo was saying, CSOs, NGOs, and so on. Yeah, so these were other people together with the Member of Parliament were championing this. So she doesn't even have to go far because it's something that has already started.
Yes.
And so, of course, with the life of the Parliament having expired, the 8th Parliament having expired, they're going to have to start the whole process again. But once you've started work, all documents are there, papers are there, there's less work to do. So I think that I personally feel that there should be a happy compromise between, especially the private businesses, because you see, 6 months of paying salaries to somebody for quote unquote no work done may be challenging for some businesses. And so, as much as you make it a law, and for me, the only way to go about it is not to entreat people. You have to make it a law, so that it's legally binding on people. But there should be a happy medium where we say that if you can afford it, roll out the entire 6 months. If you can't afford it, then we do the 3 months standard and an extended 3 months of working from home.
Right.
Do you see? Right. So that for majority of the businesses that can afford to let people work from home, then that option is kicks in.
Yes.
You see, because a lot of work these days can be done from home. Look what we did during lockdown.
Oh, mine. It was as though there was nothing happening.
Yeah. Look, during lockdown, and then the first few months of the COVID season, a lot of people were working from home to the point where many businesses have resorted to that mode of work because, again, the transportation system in Ghana and all of those things have been so challenging that some businesses say, look, you know what, this thing was it was working nicely for us. Let's continue. So a lot of companies still insist that some of their employees should work from home.
Right.
And some people also do this thing where come into office twice a week. The rest of the week work from home. And you're still delivering on your KPIs.
Yes.
You are delivering. So you're still sending your reports, you're sending in what your bosses need and all of that in terms of the results from your work and everything else. So you can still do that.
Yes. Kweku, as we are giving our submissions or our thoughts, let me remind viewers that you can call in, you can call us and share your thoughts with us. The men, what do you think about this issue? 6 months maternity leave for your wives, for your women to have time to actually take care of their kids, especially the newborn ones, and maybe some extension for you as well to spend good time to bond with the family. Share your thoughts with us. You can call us on the number 0302 784 969, 0302 784 969. The number is right there on your screens. That is just for calls, please note. And if you want to send us a WhatsApp message, you can do that via the WhatsApp number 020 4447033, 020-444-7033. If you're going to send us a message via socials, do that visiting our social media handles at Channel 1 TVGH. And if you're doing that via X as well, you can send it with the hashtag Breakfast Daily to make it easier for us to find your messages and read on the show. Kweku, so yes, you've shared your thoughts interestingly. And well, I feel like it's a very dicey situation, even though from a woman's perspective, I would say that, oh yes, it's a good idea and all of that. But then again, if I'm supposed to put myself in the shoes of an employer, it would cripple down my business financially, even though there's the option of working from home.
Yeah.
But as I said, it's dicey. Now, I feel like there should be, this 6 months period should be peculiar to some cases. For example, for someone who delivered VACS, because you need time for the wound to heal.
Yeah.
Special cases where people have kids or give birth to children with special conditions that need a little bit of time or more time and attention to care for the children to know that they are fine. Because in most cases, people give birth, 3-month maternity leave period, they're supposed to go back to work, but they don't have anybody taking care of the child for them. And the child at that time is way too young to leave the child in the care of a nanny. Most organizations do not have nurseries for moms or new moms to keep their children as and when. So it's really dicey. If I'm going to look at it from a woman's perspective, of course, we are all happy about it, jump on it. But then again, after 6 months, the child is still very young.
Yeah, but the child has become a lot more robust at 6 months, you know, compared to, 3 months.
Yeah.
You know, so, yeah.
Anyway.
All right, so we have a call on the line. Hello? Hello? All right, unfortunately, we lost her. But, so in June, on the 19th of June, 2024, we have a story here on citynewsroom.com. Parliament finalizes Sosu's draft bill to extend maternity leave and introduce paternity leave. So I'm going to read that one too for you. And just to give us some bit of context here, because it's a more lengthy read, but we'll read portions of it till we are done, okay, as we go along. Now, it says Ghana's parliament has finalized the draft bill for the Labour Amendment Bill 2023, initiated by Medina MP Francis Xavier Kojo-Sosu Esquire, to extend the period of maternity leave and introduce paternity leave in Ghana. This is on citynewsroom.com. Now, the bill seeks to amend Section 54 of the Labour Act, which provides that a male worker is entitled to a period of paternity leave for a minimum of 2 weeks and a maximum of 4 weeks. In addition, okay, so notice that they are seeking to amend what exists. The Labour Act says that a male worker is entitled to a period of paternity leave for a minimum of 2 weeks to a maximum of 4 weeks, in addition to a period of annual leave which the worker is entitled to. So it's part of your entitlements. Now it says here, if the male worker produces a medical certificate issued by a medical practitioner or midwife indicating the expected date of the confinement of the spouse of the man. So as long as you can produce medical evidence that you do have a spouse that's going to deliver, you are entitled to a maximum of 4 weeks.
That's interesting. But let's speak to this caller and then I'll ask a question pertaining to that. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Right, your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Paul.
Paul. All right, where are you calling us from?
Calling from Wasakro, I'm in the East.
Okay, right, good to have you on the show this morning. Share with us your thoughts. What do you think about this?
Mom, okay, let me turn it into our local language because my mom is here. The journey say, Ghana no, your family may be try because naturally, say, you're bragada. Imagine say, Obako, I was so near CS. Now, 3 months, they say, on the family Juma. They die, Makoy Henya operation. Within 2 months, in Pony, the Junigram Pumpitadia. What they track Makoy Juma, a credit soon, or how. Oh, woman, what transfer, watching or your body, but I see that you are Mamma young compare your moon, say, that your own children are profound, you are profound, your money, man. Oh, yes, we need to swamp as a global one. But Africa, maybe Africa. Oh, it's never to fine. The 6 months now all can improve, and at the end, feasible at least. Yemen, you couldn't do 2 months. Now, Oban is in the other 4 months. That's a Oban, Econe, 4 months in the other, another, but it's 2 months. Another be taken over. It's 6 months and upon the now they do it not. That time now, I don't know anything. Kakra. Mammy, let me know the schools need to pay their financial aspects, whatever they can do.
Right.
Yeah, never have you waiting about the boy. Oh, we know to be room and after that I'm not crying more. I can Kakra.
Right.
And yes, I am I can am my United. Yes, you remember, you must say, I would care, Mamma, Bravo, a woman, I don't know. The movie is supposed to and a call for that.
All right, Paul. So you are in support of the 6 months advocacy for maternity leave, and he's also advocating
even more than 6 months,
and he's also advocating for a 2 months period for the fathers. But let me ask you, Paul, if you are giving 2 months paternity leave period, will you stay at home fully to help your wife take care of the child? Oh, okay. I think we lost him. But Kweku, this is a very interesting one because look, the men, they don't like staying at home.
It's not true.
No, well, with
no, it's not true.
Me, I'm speaking. And a few of them.
No. Me, I'm speaking from my perspective.
The studio.
Me, I'm a homebody.
The men in the studio who they are throwing their hands at all of that. Almost say me boy, but.
No, but me, I know Pato. He's a home guy. He will stay at home.
Well, that's why I said with
the exception of
a few of them, most of them would rather leave because the baby is crying, the baby is disturbing too much.
Listen, right now, even in the office, I can list at least 10 guys who will stay at home.
Well, yeah.
I can give you 10 guys right now. If you push me, I'll mention their name. Who will stay at home?
Please don't mention names before some people come for you that, hey, you didn't mention my name, so it means
no. If I didn't mention your name, that's not my fault. That's how is it my fault?
Well, so Paul. So Paul,
Paul is
back. Paul, welcome back. So I was asking that if you are advocating for a 2 month paternity leave period for the fathers, if you are giving that, will you stay at home to take care of the child?
Yeah, it's true. I will stay at home because if you don't know kind of stress and stress the woman sometimes they pass through, then you work in all certain things. But if you are really in love with your kid, even if you forget about the woman with your kid, you need to stay home.
Yeah.
Okay, Paul, again, let me ask you, you've spoken from a husband or a man's point of view. Let's take a look at it from an employer's point of view. If you're an employer and you have a female employee who is taking a 6 month or even more months maternity leave period, how would that affect your business, or don't you think it will affect your business?
It depends on the business the person is. Okay. Because Kweku was even saying that nowadays you can sit home, work from home, right? Okay, let's say the person is a nurse or whatever. You need to attend to the hospital to work. But here is the case, because of this issue, you can't go. But we have a lot of nurses, because the government is supposed to come in of all this things, because like always they said, the police ratio is something, because they are saying that 500, one policeman is for 500 people, right?
Ideally.
How come? How come? Because the policeman is supposed to take care of his family too. So if that policeman is not there, it means that all the 500 people, we don't have any security. Ghanaians, we need to think of a certain thing. Because the world is growing, right? The world is growing.
Well, thank you. Thank you
so
very
much for calling.
Thank you.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate your
interesting submissions. Hey, he's advocating for more.
So let me take the side of those who say working from home is a possibility.
Right.
So let's look at COVID. All right. television stations, international television stations. Now, the television industry is one that some people would say it's impossible to work from home, right? But in the television industry globally, there were a lot of innovative, very interesting ways that many broadcasters were broadcasting from home. Right? And they are hosts of the show, but they will do this type of picture-in-picture anchoring thing where the host is actually from in his room, in his house, you know. And I had the privilege of visiting the BBC studios in Manchester last year, and I was fascinated. The guy who was taking us on a tour is actually somebody who worked in Ghana before. And he said to me, he said that the systems they put in place are such that if there's any emergency, there's a group of frontline staff, presenters. They are fully equipped with equipment at home.
To work anywhere.
To work from home.
Yeah.
And broadcast live.
Yeah.
You know? So it's an interesting world where, you know, where we're heading. But I think the possibility of working from home is real.
Yes.
Do you remember there were situations where during COVID, some people were reporting in as consultants or something from another place. Then the kid will barge into the room, you know, and then, you know, so they were home. But these are things that are real. It happens, right?
We have a caller on the line. We have another caller, Kojo from Tema. Hi, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Kojo, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for calling.
Okay.
All right, share your thoughts with us. Of course.
Yeah. I'm saying that a lot of people do not, I think most of these parliamentarians don't own a company. And if indeed they own a company, they will not even agree to sign such a. You want my worker, somebody, to be given about 6 months, 6 weeks leave.
6 months maternity leave.
Then after that, my wife, the husband should also be given a leave. What isn't it going to encourage business in Ghana? Even the Western world, those developed people are not doing that. And we sit here and we are encouraging people to give back, give back, give back, give back. Go there and see whether they continue giving back. This is a way of encouraging people to give back. And if I have my company and for the next 5 years, you tell me your wife has given birth to 3, I will sack you. I will do that. That's my contribution.
Okay.
All right, Kojo, thank you so much. So this thing here, that's why I said that it's very dicey.
Yeah.
Because again, it's scary, or I am scared for the women or for us women when this conversation came up, because as Kojo rightly said, imagine if you have a wife or you intend to give birth to 3 kids and 1 every year, which is possible, then that means that you are going to be working for less than 2 years during the 3-year period.
Yeah.
Because if you're taking 6 months maternity leave in every year, that's really crippling on the
business.
Yes,
owner,
on the business.
Yeah.
And the fear of companies, or especially private institutions, not going to employ lots of women, even though we are fighting for the affirmative action bill, equal opportunities, equal representation, and all of that.
Yeah.
Then we'd have this issue. Anyway, we have Amina on the line. Hi, Amina. Good morning.
Please, good morning.
Right. Thank you so much for calling. Share your thoughts with us.
Please, what I have to say is that for the 2 months that they want to give to the men, to my idea, they should add it to the woman.
Okay.
Because some of them, they'll even use that opportunity to be chasing other women rather than staying as healthy.
I mean, this problem is a different one. I mean, all right. Thank you so much. Cool.
Yeah.
Interesting submission.
Yeah.
You see what I was saying earlier on about the men not going to stay at home. Some of them really will not stay at home because, look, there's a lot that comes with having a newborn, the stress, and all that you have to deal with. So if the man is not enduring enough, compassionate enough, understanding enough to know that these are different phases of having a newborn baby. They'll leave the house early and come back late. Some people actually
claiming to go to work.
Some people actually take their leave and tell you that they are still working.
They're still working. So Okay, we have Ni on the line. Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, Ni.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Kenya.
Kenya, say. All right. Fantastic. What are your thoughts?
On the usual maternity leave, I just want to chip in some contribution.
Yes, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Please call back. Please call back. So let me give you some of the maternity leave periods that are around the world.
Please go ahead.
All right. Greece.
Right.
Greece, that's 26 weeks. So let's divide that. So divided by 4.
4, yes.
Right. So that's 8. Wait, no, sorry. 26 weeks means divided by 4. So we're doing what? 7 months? Is it 7 months? 7 months is 28.
Yes.
Right. So they're doing 6 months.
Oh.
6 months plus.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Leave.
Yes.
Okay. So that's Greece. All right. We have a caller from Upper West region. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah. Your name, please.
My name is Agayao Abdeliba.
All right. Tell us, what are your thoughts on this maternity leave, paternity leave issue?
Yes, I think the argument shouldn't be about the 6 months leave, but the institutions to put measures in place to cater for the children, maybe when the woman goes on a leave for the 3 months and come back. I think we have institutions, which is all of them are women, and they all have to give birth within the same year.
Yeah.
There won't be any productive. And they take that 6 months. So they should put measures in place to take care of.
So that mothers, so that new mothers can bring their children to
like
work.
And those kind of stuff, so that they can bring their children while they are working. They can have some small time to go and take care of the children.
Okay, that's an interesting one.
Yeah. For the 6 months, it won't help.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's your thoughts.
That's what
Thank you
I
very
said
much
about
for
the provision of a nursery in most companies.
Yeah.
Because
I know some in Ghana that have started doing that.
Right.
You know, they're setting it up actually proper, nice, colorful. You know, right within.
Yes.
I know some banks that are doing that.
Yeah.
You know, right in the banking hall, there's a corner, and you see the kids can play there, both for staff and for clients.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's amazing.
Even for clients. That's thoughtful.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kweku, so you were saying 26 weeks is about 6 months and 2 weeks.
Yes.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yes.
That's a lot. But Kweku, hold on. Before you continue, we have another caller on the line. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Araba calling from Dowinya.
Araba, you're welcome to the show. Please share your thoughts with us.
Yeah. So my concern is having the nursery schools in the institution will have been better. Because assuming you have your own job, your own business, I don't think you can stay home throughout the 6 months.
Okay.
So for me, during my 2 children, I worked throughout the pregnancy. So when I'm in labor, like I'm always coming I'm going to the labor ward from the office.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, and I don't even go on leave. So normally I add my leave to my maternity leave to get 4 months.
Okay.
Wow.
So, and I work in the harbor. So from the 4 months, there is a school closer to my workplace. So during my lunchtime, I ride quickly to the school, go and breastfeed, and come back.
I see.
So whilst we are advocating for the 6 months, we should advocate to get the nursery schools in most of the institutions. I think that will help.
All right, thank you very much. But what do you think about the extension of paternity leave period for the men too?
Oh, for that one, normally the men that stay home, they will take the leave. But they will be in town working going about with their daily activities, and the women tend to struggle.
Exactly. But thank you. Thank you so much for calling.
You're welcome.
Right. It's interesting how a lot of people are sharing the same concerns and thoughts about the men not staying home, because usually they don't stay.
Yeah.
They don't. See, the men, let's do
men,
better.
why?
Why don't you guys stay home?
Yeah.
Why? Patrick, why? Why don't you guys stay home? Why?
No, Patrick stays at home. Patrick is a home guy. It's Papa that's the problem. You see, people like Ametewe and Co, they stay at home.
Well,
yeah, they stay.
Anyway,
so
while you're watching us this morning, again, if you're trying to call us and you can't get through the phone lines because it's very, very busy, do send us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number on your screen, 020-444-7033. Please send the messages and we'll gladly read them for you.
we have another call on the line. Hello.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hi, you're welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Yeah, my name is Salifu.
Salifu, yes, what do you think about what we are talking about? Come again?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Okay, all right, okay. Hello?
No.
All right, unfortunately we lost it. Please call back and then let's have a conversation. Yeah. So I'm looking at this interesting map here, and there some of the richest countries in the world have extended maternity leave.
Right.
Right. So Norway, that's one of the richer countries in the world. That's 17 weeks.
Oh.
17 weeks is, so 12 weeks is 3 months.
Yeah.
Right. So 17
That's
weeks is
4
an
months.
additional month and a bit.
Yes.
So that's
and
4 months and a bit.
Yes.
You see. Hello?
I'm Salifu.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yes.
Go ahead.
And so that if the man is at home, when the child is coming, just call the mom to come and give him food. And so the man should go to work. That's my sense more.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Salifu says the men should go to work because even if they're in the house and the child is crying, lying right beside them and crying,
they'll call the mother to
come and take care of your child.
So he says you don't deserve paternity leave.
At all.
Well, you see, here's the thing. Let me give my own experience because I have a daughter.
Right.
I mean, by the grace of God, she's going to turn 17 this year, in March. So just not far from now, And when she was born, I was there during the birth process, the birthing process.
You were
right?
involved.
I was there in the hospital. Yeah.
In the delivery room.
I held my wife's hand there.
Yes.
In the I'm saying it.
Yes. I mean, this was the first time you've actually said this.
So the experience does something to you, and I was always intending to be there anyway. But then I met some friends of mine. The person who advised me to do photography, the same person who said to me that, listen, I think every man should be there when his wife is delivering. It changes your perspective. It adjusts your perspective on women and what they go through, and you're bonding with the child, you know. And holding her hand as my daughter came through, watching my daughter's head turning blue as it was stuck.
Hold on. Very interesting. But we have a caller on the line. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name and where you are calling from?
From Boku.
Right, so how is Boko this morning?
Very good on your side.
Well, we are fine down here in Accra. Share with us your thoughts on this conversation. What do you think?
Yes, it's in order, but I'm wondering whether it will happen in the security sector. Because maternity leave in the security sector is not easy.
How so?
By the time you apply, and then they will tell you your superior have to approve it from here and there, but then your child is even working. So, and I also want to say, like, if they will do it as a constitutional instrument or an act, so that if you are due, the articles are there for you to quote. But let alone that this thing that they are saying there, some institutions or some organizations are there. It's not easy to go to get that maternity leave easily.
Yeah. So what is actually happening is that in the 8th Parliament, Francis Osu was actually pushing the bill as a bill in Parliament, and they were almost done with it before the Parliament went out. But now the minister designate says it's something she's also interested in, so she's going to support and push the bill so that it becomes a law. So that's actually, so if it becomes a law, then everybody, will benefit from it. So
yes, because my wife is a security personnel, and it wasn't easy on her side.
Okay. Okay.
So if it only is like a constitutional instrument or law by the other one, then we are able to dance on it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you very
Wonderful.
much.
Thank you so much for calling.
Yes,
Thank you. All right. So,
yes. So you were telling us about your experience.
So according to okay. So let me tell you about my experience. So watching my daughter's head turn blue, as I was holding my wife's hand, right, and seeing the doctor's reactions, and then they said, so the doctor says scissors. So she's standing there. She says scissors. Then they put the scissors in her hand, and then she cuts, and then my daughter's head pops up. I'm watching all of this. When we got home, so the first month, she went to her mother's place.
Right.
So me, I was in my house, and I'll go and visit every day like that. Okay. Then when she came home, because her mother wasn't going to come and stay at our place.
Right.
So when she came home, I told her, I said, listen, for 9 months, you have been carrying this little girl all this time. The next 1 year
is my turn.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Every night, leave her care in the night to me.
Yeah. So you can also have some sleep.
So you can sleep and rest and recover.
Yeah.
You see, so it got to a point when my daughter is even crying in the night, she doesn't hear because now she was used to
sleeping at night, yes,
and not paying attention to it because daughter will be taken care of, So I explained how the feeding and other things happened because you say that, how does the feeding happen? Don't worry, I'll explain how the feeding happened. So anyway, we have another call on the line. Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Yes. Your name, please, and where you're calling from?
My name is Shreme.
Shreme. Okay.
Shreme.
Yes, Kwaku Shreme. All right.
May I speak in fee?
Go ahead.
Thank you. May Ghana need it. Namu no, me wo Canada man.
Okay.
Topic mo make hold ye abibi phone ko. Namu yempesem kan say Ghana ha yesinya adisia pa titru layman. Layman na efe yesinya adisia because if you can see on any time man ko an no mo so abesuan. So if you need to coin my won kwa 6 ewo. But when you are in our hospital and then I'm
wow.
Okay.
So had the maybe man kwa me na obi na kwa ne fira ba bonten. I won't have me na me ma won kwa say yen twa yen ni kwa ni fira bonten. Me ma diwe. So amami hu senia ya ma me no pre.
Yeah.
And he said, "Yama said, you can call me, man. I agree with you. Almost been said to prepare not the papa, not almost here. Because we're bank one of our way. On your wound, at the minuan. A hazard.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a close soon. Not my many years, Yanni. Not the man at all. And now say, Damasi.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not for forever. Because no new be our worthy and inquire diamond. Or Cosino will be one thing, I'm another woman. Now the other could see table for it. May will be a bit because my tenants are finishing over 40 years ago. You see, the mere missing out, yeah, man.
Yeah.
When you say, yet the and you film.
Okay.
Not one so DNA and young punka.
All right. It's good advice.
This maybe a first and can be a very idea. Everything the ama, then you may be clean.
Yeah.
At Mabuama, a Bushia Twitter.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So, basically what he was saying was that there's a lot that we should learn as a country, and having given birth to his 6 children, all in Canada, there's a lot of experience he learned from that jurisdiction, and the fact that a lot of with their system there, he was there for every single one of his kids' births. Okay, but in Ghana, we tend to find that fathers are not even allowed into a lot of the hospitals. Now, let me also just explain that there's a reason for that, right? Because of the way our public hospitals are structured, it's an open space with multiple women giving birth at the same time in different stages of labor and all of that. So it's awkward for another man to be in the room, even though there are 6 other women, to be in the room when another, other women are also, in labor and all of that. So it's a privacy issue.
So just hold on with your thoughts there. Let's speak to Oko from Teshi.
Okay.
Oko, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Right.
I hope you are doing fine.
We are fine. Thank you for calling in. Share your thoughts with us. What do you think about this conversation?
Yeah, I think it's good if women are given extension with regards to maternity leave.
Okay.
But what I'm looking at is that every company is different. We have different companies with different financial strengths.
Right.
So if you have a huge company with a huge turnover, they have the financial capability to give women 6 months or more maternity leave. But if you have a company with very low turnover, let's say a company that produces water sachet, and the staff they are not so many, and so you can't easily employ another person to replace the one going on maternity leave. That would be a difficulty. So when we are discussing this issue, we should look at the various different companies that are involved, and look at what they can do about this. Because if everybody should go on 6 months maternity leave, it will be easy for companies that have the financial capability to do that. But for somebody who has a difficulty employing in the first place, gives a woman 6 months maternity leave, they will have a difficulty replacing, and that can affect their turnover. And regarding men, it's done in the Western world, but here, if we look at our economy, the strength of our economy, it will be very difficult to also give the husband equal maternity leave, 6 months, or even if it is 2 months, it will be very difficult. And it also depends on the financial capabilities of the companies involved. So I think this should not be made uniform. We should look at the various companies and the strengths they have.
So are you suggesting that as the bill, because it will by all means come up in Parliament, so as the bill is being looked at in Parliament, they should consider it in a graduated form so that it's not a blanket rule. So if you say, for example, public sector, this is how you should do it. Private sector, if you're a business of this size, this is what you should do. And so is that what you're suggesting that would work?
Exactly.
Okay.
I think that one will do the trick.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for a fantastic submission.
You're welcome.
All right. So the gentleman who called, who was based in Canada, and he was explaining, right? Let me just give you a little bit of a background here. So I was looking at the Canadian situation. Canada has what they call standard parental leave, 12 months.
What?
Extended parental leave, 18 months. It's even sweeter. Yeah, go Canada. Okay.
Are you motivating people to
Canada? Okay. So, he said maternal benefits can be paid for a maximum of 15 weeks. So they pay you for giving birth in Canada, and you receive up to 55% of your salary. I'm reading it here. I'm sure I can share it with you later. It's not.
Wow. Okay, cool.
Yes, they pay up to 55% of your salary. Wow. It's a benefit. It's a maternity benefit.
Wow.
So when you're born, they will pay you.
Then I can imagine that.
So it's not a maternity leave benefit.
Yes.
You are collecting your salary whilst you're on maternity leave.
Yes.
But they are giving you, for the sake of giving birth,
yes.
They're giving you up to 55%. Yeah, we say Canada.
Interesting. So someone says, provided the paternity leave comes with salary, why not?
No. So I think all forms of leave I don't know if there's any particular kind of leave that doesn't come with. I think apart from, they have leave without pay.
Yes.
But apart from that one, I think all other leaves, come with salary, including your annual leave.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And the same person also goes on to say that for maternity leave, the 6 months is okay. Some countries go for as long as a year. I mean, just as in the case of Canada. This came from Delgate Songs.
So our 3 months, as a dear grow, it's like we're playing games, man. It's serious.
Well, as I said, Canada is a country that
No, Canada is in the top 10 of the world's richest countries.
Yes, developed and all of that. We are still getting there. Ghana, Kweku, imagine how crippling it will be on our economy.
Will it?
It will.
A lot of things that are crippling us.
Depending on the sector.
Is a lack of efficiency of the way we run our country.
And we are still not there yet.
But
frankly, we are not there yet.
Okay, so don't let anybody go on leave. We will be efficient.
Oh, that is also
efficiency
not
has nothing to do with people going on leave.
That is
not.
also not possible, Kweku. That is also not possible. Look, I've heard stories or I've seen instances where women go for job seeking, and then they are denied the role not because they are not capable or they don't meet the selection criteria. They meet it not because they can't pay them, but just because you're a woman, just because you've attained a certain age. At a point in time, you will say that I am pregnant, you take maternity leave. I know a friend who was denied the role of an executive assistant because the man said that 3 p.m. you tell me you are going to pick your children from home. Other companies employ for such positions only men. Because they don't want any women drama. So just think about how it will affect women in general, especially in the private sectors.
No, but you see, once it becomes law,
it will still be hard.
Even if it won't be hard.
The private employer will still find a way to run away from employing women.
You see, so employing women would then be the issue, right?
Yes.
But there are also laws that do not allow you to discriminate against employing people based on gender. The laws exist. You cannot. The point is that you have not challenged it.
Well, I agree. I agree the laws exist.
You see, you've not challenged it in court. That is why.
To what extent, anyway?
You have to challenge it in court. Let's be like Richard Sky. Take every matter to court. Don't joke with it. We take it to court. Yeah.
If Sky comes for you, I wasn't here, Sam. You're on your own.
No. I mean, our highest. If we have an issue, we should hire Sky.
Oh, of course. Why not? Very soon, Sanda too will join. As for Sanda, I've told him that I'll purposely look for trouble for him. Well, I have told him that I'll look for trouble for him. So it's like he's studying the law for me and the others.
All right, so thank you very much for all the fantastic calls and submissions you brought through, and the messages as well. Yeah, I think there's another message here. This one says, I don't know if you read this one already, the one from Wa.
No, you can go ahead.
Yes, so it says, good morning. This is Margaret from Wa. I support the maternity 6-month leave for the women and 2 weeks for the men. I think it's already 2 weeks apparently. It's up to a month actually for the men. But because some men will not help their wives at home, they will rather be given the postpartum mothers problems. We have seen a situation where many women complain how their husbands don't help them at home. So in my view, the women should get the 6 months while the men should till the earth to feed the family.
Wow. Hey, Margaret, interesting. Anyway, another one from John from Angloga in the Volta region says, my opinion about 6-month maternity leave is that it will discourage private companies from employing female employees into their companies because staying away from work for 6 months will not enhance productivity and the advocacy for female participation will be lost. My exact sentiments, by the way. This one also says, good morning, Jifa. I think they should add the men's own to the women. Oh, I see. Well, that's another one also coming in there. Nobody's advocating for the men to go on the paternity leave.
You can add the 1 month to the 6 months and give you 7 months. It is still not up to the 12 months that Canadians are enjoying. So
well, they are in Canada. We are also here in Ghana. So we'll do
it's only Canada. There are other countries.
Other countries will do it according to our strength. Please don't give us pressure. Don't give Ghana pressure. Leave us alone. You can't tell us what to do.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break. Right. When we come back, there's more music. There's other conversations as well on Breakfast Daily. Don't go anywhere.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
We have recorded tremendous success in ensuring that the vision of our founding fathers does indeed become a reality.
We welcome you to the next Africa Prosperity Dialogues and the Africa Prosperity Champions Awards, which take place in Accra, Ghana from the 30th of January to the 1st of February 2025.
I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect.
We see our role in enabling Africans to have a better future.
We indeed have what it takes. There is no dream which is too big or impossible.
On occasions like these, we give ourselves an excellent opportunity to showcase the difference we can make.
To register, visit africaprosperitynetwork.com. Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, delivering Africa's single markets through infrastructure. Invest, connect, integrate.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool.
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
The Heritage Caravan 2025 is officially sold out! Thank you for your patronage. Now get ready for an unforgettable adventure with the Heritage Caravan 2025. We will experience a cultural revelation as we travel through 14 unique regions, each offering a deep dive into the nation's history, traditions, and natural beauty.
And he's coming this way, which means I have to start going away.
You have done half of the way. You have half more to go. How are you feeling?
I'll never do this again. From Sunday the 2nd of March to Sunday the 9th of March 2025. Pack your bags and let's set off on the road trip of a lifetime with an unmatched opportunity to explore landmarks, taste authentic Ghanaian cuisine, experience the art, to network and to connect with the people who make Ghana truly special. This is more than a tour. It's a chance to experience the soul of Ghana, to witness its growth and to create lasting memories. Follow all Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM social media handles for updates with the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2025.
We are chilling.
Please, they have brought the cake to suck us into the basu.
The Heritage Caravan 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV in partnership with the Ghana Tourism Authority with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by the National Lottery Authority, Hollard Insurance, Omnibasic Bank and Goyle PLC. Terms and conditions apply.
It's time to reset yourself and everything else around you for success in the new year. Tune in to the Effective Living Series 2025 this January on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. Start your year with insightful discussions and expert tips on personal growth, health, success, and more. From the 6th of January, join Apioko and Caleb Kuda engage our guests with various expertise on the Effective Living series for a comprehensive guide to resetting your life in 2025.
This is the Effective Living Series 2025
on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. My name is Caleb Kudas.
My name is Apioko Sarah Mashong Abe. Apioko will suffice.
Week 1 kicks off with Personal Reset. Week 2 focuses on resetting your personal economy. Week 3 is all about resetting your health. Week 4, resetting business, calibrate, remodel, and rebuild. Catch the Effective Living series live on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV, Monday through Thursday. Don't miss out on transforming your life for the better every week only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. The Effective Living series 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Hallmark Cafe. Hallmark Cafe, delight in every sip and bite.
All right, welcome back. It's time for us to get into another conversation, very important and very interesting one at that. I've been joined in the studio by my lovely guests I have with me, Nash Odoi and Dora Lawe. Now we're going to be talking about Soka Gakkai, Ghana, and there's a general West African meeting that they are holding, and we're going to find out about the institution first of all, and why it is that they are having this event in Ghana at this time. Now, Nash is a youth division member for Soka Gakkai Ghana, and Dora Lawe also a youth division member as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So, Soka Gakkai, what does it mean? What is it? Where is it from? What does it mean?
Well, thank you very much. So, Soka Gakkai literally means Value Creation Society. This is a labor-based organization founded in Japan around 1930. The philosophy is about human revolution, respect for the dignity of life, and the promotion of culture, peace, and education. So, basically, Soka Gakkai means Value Creation Society. So, members of this
Creation Society.
Right.
Okay.
So,
all right. So, is it here in Ghana? Because you mentioned Japan.
Yes.
It's here in Ghana?
So, right. So, we have Soka Gakkai and then Soka Gakkai International.
Okay.
Soka Gakkai is the parent organization in Japan, and Soka Gakkai International is the umbrella organization for all the organizations in other countries.
The non-Japanese countries.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Super. Now, talk to us about when all of this began. How long ago did Soka Gakkai come into existence?
Right. So as indicated, Soka Gakkai was established in Japan around 1930, and then fast forward to 1970, Soka Gakkai International was established in Guam. So Soka Gakkai International then became the umbrella organization for all the international organizations in 192 countries and territories. So this year, that is 2025, we are celebrating 50 years of the establishment of the Soka Gakkai International. Yes, which was founded in Guam by President Daisaku Ikeda, whom we refer to as our mentor.
Okay, fantastic. Now, what's happening in this season? I know it's 50 years down the road, so I guess it's an anniversary. It's an anniversary year. So, what are the plans like? What does it look like? What are you rolling out this year?
Okay, so for the 50 years anniversary, it's a 50 years anniversary, and then a 40-year celebration of our main temple at Dansoman in Accra here. The main program
This
is
the Buddhist temple?
Yes, a Buddhist temple, but it's Soka, Gakkai, Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, we call it Kaikan, not temple.
Not temple,
yeah.
okay. The
but
Kaikan.
As viewers and listeners, we can say temple, but it's Soka, Gakkai, Ghana, Kaikan.
Kaikan.
Yes, at Dansuman. Okay, so we are empowering youth. Okay, as youth division members, we have that potential. All of us have that potential within us, and the main aim of Soka Gakkai is to bring out that potential in each and every individual, so that we can go into society and then help society as well. That is the main aim. And then he spoke about the respect for the dignity of life. We respect life so much, any form of life. We respect life so much. So this program actually is geared towards youth empowerment and then respecting the dignity of life as well.
What does it mean in practical terms? When you say you respect life, how does that roll out? And how do we see that in evidence, in practice?
Fantastic. So, so we term something human revolution. We believe that for the world to become a better place for all humanity, change begins with the individual. It's not based on systems, politics, economics, and all that. It always begins with the individual. So for that matter, the individuals wield so much power such that the individual must be made aware of this power that he or she wields. And so in the process of transforming the individual, that's what we call human revolution, the individual understanding that he wields so much power that he can transform his life, society, and the world at large. So, so based on that, based on that concept, then you equally have to respect the dignity of people, knowing that people, you don't respect people because of their positions, but because they are human beings and they can contribute to making the world a better place for all of us.
Now, I know your theme this year is what? Soaring higher through empowerment of youth.
Yeah, Africa soaring higher.
Africa soaring higher through empowerment of youth. Talk to us about your youth empowerment programs. What do they look like? How can people be part of the experience?
Okay, so for people to be part of the experience, we are open to everyone, every human being on this planet. So anyone can join us at any time, especially this very program, which is happening tomorrow at the Accra International Conference Center. Okay, some of our youth empowerment programs that we've rolled out over the years, and we've had exhibitions on Soka Gakkai, Ghana, the Earth Charter International. We also affiliate to the United Nations, UNESCO, to empower youth. And that exhibition was also about the environment, how human beings are connected to the environment. We made people understand that we are of no difference from our environment, meaning that our environment and us are one. So when you respect human being, it means in turn you are giving that same dignity or respect to the environment as well.
Okay. You mentioned at the very beginning, your first opening statement was value creation. Right. I can understand from what she just said, what Dora just said, that for a human being to understand the environment well and their place within the environment, that's already bringing value, you know, to society. How else do you impact and teach value creation?
Okay, so so our practice is based on the philosophy of Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism. Probably for those who are not aware, the fundamental practice of Nichiren Daishonin is the chanting of Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. So that is the fundamental practice. So once we chant this phrase, we are able to bring forth courage, wisdom, and compassion, and whichever goals, aspirations that we have as human beings. These qualities well thought from within us, and we are able to take action based on the wisdom, the courage, and compassion we develop from this practice. So, so that is one. And just as Dora said, there are several initiatives that we undertake. For instance, youth training. We partner with other like-minded organizations to promote, as I said earlier, the dignity of life. So, for instance, we are in partnership with ICANN International Campaign Against the Abolition of Nuclear Weapons. And yes, some of these international organizations, to promote the understanding that violence has no place in society, and dialogue is the best way to, resolve issues. So these are some of the teachings that we teach our members, and also we try to make society understand that this is how best we can live. So the fundamental practice and then the various initiatives we undertake as an organization through youth empowerment trainings and campaigns to promote our ideas of, promoting the dignity of life.
Okay. Are there any projects of significance that you can point to that you've been involved in as a society, as a group?
Okay, so some projects like cleanup exercises, teaching community members, we are in various communities as well, so teaching community members handiworks. Last year we did something like braiding, beading. Okay. We have those people within among us, so we go into the society, whether you are Muslim, you are a Christian, whatever, we just teach you for you to also gain some value out of us or from us. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's talk about the event that's coming. Right. So what can participants expect to walk away with?
All right. So this is a West Africa SGI general meeting. So we are expecting members from various West African countries, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, and the rest. So participants should expect inspiring speeches, experiences of people who have been empowered to take action to transform their lives and then societies. Okay. We have, several guests also coming who would, speak to the topic of youth empowerment. So they should come around, connect with our members, and then see what we are doing. And they can take some lessons to that into their lives and then into the societies and communities they are coming from.
And then, so when is it happening? Where is it happening? Just if you can run through the details again for our viewers. Okay,
so it's happening tomorrow, 25th of January 2025 at the Accra International Conference Center. The time is 2 p.m. Okay. It's a 2-hour program, 2 to 4 p.m. Okay. We are done. So anybody who comes there tomorrow will be empowered, just like he said, the species. Soka Gakkai empowers the individual. Okay, so when the individual is empowered, the individual can go into society with that potential, the wisdom, the courage to also empower other individuals to take positive actions in society. Okay. That's what Soka Gakkai does. Yes. Okay.
So people are watching and they are asking themselves, okay, so you say empowered. Are you going to give items? Are you going to give, give out things? Or is it just going to be motivation? Is it going to be knowledge based? When you say empowerment, how are you empowering? How would they be?
So one of the main focus of the Soka Gakkai is the promotion of culture, peace and education. So as part of this program, there are going to be cultural performances, which I think, can contribute to empowering individuals to know the potential that they have. And then there's definitely going to be the education, where you are taught that you as an individual, you have so much great potential. Most people are not aware, but when they come, they will be taking through lessons, discussions, and other activities that will bring their minds to the fact that they have so much potential within them. They have to bring it forth to change themselves and then society. Okay. Yeah.
Final message from you for our viewers before we say goodbye.
Okay, so we encourage everyone to join us tomorrow at the Accra International Conference Center for the program. It's going to be very inspiring. Before you leave there, you will definitely take something along with you home, okay? And then when you take that thing along with you home, I encourage everyone to put that thing into action or into practice, because it is definitely going to yield fruits or benefits.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for coming through.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We've been speaking this morning with Nash Odoy and Dora Lawe, both of them with Soka Gakkai International, and they are both Youth Division members. All right, we're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
Heritage Caravan 2025 is officially sold out. Thank you for your patronage. Now get ready for an unforgettable adventure with the Heritage Caravan 2025. We will experience a cultural revelation as we travel through 14 unique regions, each offering a deep dive into the nation's history, traditions, and natural beauty.
And he's coming this way, which means I have to start going away.
You have done half of the way. You have half more to go. How are you feeling?
I'll never do this again. From Sunday the 2nd of March to Sunday the 9th of March 2025. Pack your bags and let's set off on the road trip of a lifetime with an unmatched opportunity to explore landmarks, taste authentic Ghanaian cuisine, experience the art, to network and to connect with the people who make Ghana truly special. This is more than a tour. It's a chance to experience the soul of Ghana, to witness its growth and to create lasting memories. Follow all Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM social media handles for updates with the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2025.
We are chilling.
Please, they have brought the cake to send us into the bus.
The Heritage Caravan 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV in partnership with the Ghana Tourism Authority with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by the National Lottery Authority, Hollard Insurance, Omnibasic Bank and Goyle PLC. Terms and conditions apply.
Soka grama me shake grama me na sauswa na bibi ya emio bye my mwana me yo one me do kechiri wachino obieni ho eti meti na tampo ke obai like awonko kaya wade aseya agesi play esimu nyina chain na me besinko na me yimi dio akosi adente oya me last stop we me nana monya emio obiane ne dafunti me kaya tieme osoka drama me sheki drama me na sawo soa na bibi ya emio Obae Maria Moana Meyo Only me do catch it. But you know, Obieni ho Intimate na tampo ke obae. Leka onko kaya wadi ya say. Agesi boy, misi munyina nche. Na me mesinko, na me imidio agosi adente no ya me last stop way. Benyana munyamio, ubiane ni nopwe. Sheko you nofo, mido yasi. Asrodo na sumidie, odi akola midie koi, yara midie da. Lady Diana, obey, and in a begro. Osea Brantia, say, my darling, obey, and in a begro. Now, penny from way, why am way your badge? Say, say one so, penny was somewhere. You go on in a begro. Lady Diana, Obeya, Nonny Becro. I say, Brantia, see, my darling, Obey, Nonny Beau. Oh, now, Penny, from way. Why am we your badge? Say one so, penny was some. The more, on the Becro. I watch you born in the four. You don't fall. I slow down, I slow me there. Hold your corner, me dear boy. I'm still behind in the four. All right. I said, Menena can't me this is on one minute. Oh, yeah, Mosika on one minute. Menena can't me this is on one minute. Oh, Sumo, I'm on one minute. I don't come with you. I don't think I don't feel about you. I'm a me, why you? I'm a me, why you? That's why I want you.
look, I don't even know how or where to start the conversation from, but trust me, that was an electrifying performance. I was telling Kweku from the beginning that I'm a lover of high life music, and not just high life music, good high life music, especially this kind of high life music. We have these contemporary ones now with the likes of Kwame Eugene and others doing high life. But look, this is music. Yes, this is music to my soul. This is what I enjoy. People call me OD because I love a lot of high life music. But I must commend you. So good. Such an amazing performance. Is this all you do? Is it only high life that you specialize in? Because I realized that was what you sang most of the time.
No, we do Afro pop, we do high life, we do jazz, we do calypso, we do a whole lot of rumba, a whole lot of genres.
Right, tell us a little more about the band. How long have you been together as a group, and what was the how do I put it, what was the selection process like to become a band?
Well, let me start from here. Professionally, I started live band early 90s.
What?
But then I turned professional from 1993 coming.
Wait, where early 90s, how long ago was this? 90 what, are you able to tell?
92. Yeah.
Wow.
I was in secondary school when I started playing live band. I started with the Magnificent 2 band. It was a military band in Takrady. Just right after secondary school. I was part of Western Diamonds band, which made the Passenger album. I've been with Marriott International. I'm a founding member of Megastar band, Ogwaman band, Daddy's band, Black Lace band. And I've also worked with Kojonchi, Amachi Dede, Tego Sisters, and a whole lot of musicians. Yeah.
Such a heavy portfolio, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. So now let me ask you, looking at how high life music has evolved over the period, over the years, I mean, you mentioned that you've been doing it since 1992. That's about 33 years ago. Considering or measuring how high life music has evolved over the years, what do you think about high life music as it was done in the past when you started as compared to now?
Still, high life music is reigning because high life is a Ghanaian tune. Yeah, high life is reigning. It's just that the new people, the trend that is going on, because of that, people don't seem to patronize the high life. But then those who know, they know. Yeah, because high life is, you know, Jiduble, Ambule, Botella, all of them, they've been going on tours. You know, every year, Ambule is playing in Europe, America, everywhere. You know, so which means still the high life music is still going on. So it's left to the new, let's say, the youth to also patronize. I know it's in them. You see, you are not old enough, but then when you listen to the high life music, it moves you because naturally it's in you. High life is us, and high life is still on. High life is still reigning.
Well, for me, it's the words. It's the words that resonate with me most of the time, because the high life, the kind of high life music that you were used to, the Jedibli Amboli, Dr. Pabobo, Dada KD, Papa Yankson, and the likes, Daddy Lumba, of course, and the likes. When you listen to the authenticity of lyrics they write, sometimes it speaks directly to you, or you can relate. So for me, it is the relation or how I connect to the music. Now, you've been doing music for long. Do you have songs of your own, or you do strictly
the 4 songs that I started singing, they are all my songs.
Oh, tell us about it.
I started recording from 2005.
Wow.
My first album was Adende. It was 8 songs on the album. And I recorded my second album, that's Bolambo.
Okay.
We played one of it. After the song we played after. We played, before we played Kojonchi's Ineme. It's my own songs. Even the songs that we started playing, all the 4 songs are my songs.
Right. Beautiful. So how many albums do you have, or how many songs?
I have 3 albums, but then now we don't do albums again. We've been doing singles. I have a whole lot of singles.
Interesting. And how has it been? How has the musical journey been? The patronage and all of that?
Well, in Ghana, I'm not loud.
Okay.
Yeah, because now everybody's following the trend. But then I've been playing in Tanzania, Ivory Coast, and most of the African countries, Shekels Island.
When last were you out of Ghana to play a show?
I played in Tanzania.
When was the last time?
It was last August or so.
Oh, and how was the reception like? And did you do your songs, Ghanaian music, or you did some of the Tanzanian
I do
music?
only my Ghanaian
and do
music.
they understand? How do
they
they
don't
relate
understand,
to it?
but it moves them. Just like you are a Ghanaian, you don't understand. You don't understand Premier Gahu, right? But when they are playing, you dance.
Yes.
You don't understand it, but when they are playing, you dance. So that's how it is. Music is the rhythm. Yeah.
Wow. Well, beautiful. Now tell us, for people who are watching and want to support your craft, for people who want to patronize your music or listen to you, or even hire your services for you to perform at events, which I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
How can people reach out to you? How can people listen to your music?
Well, my social media handles, when you just write Ohene Ja Glory, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, IG, you find me there. And also my number, you can also WhatsApp me on 0243 449438.
Right.
0243 449438.
And
you can WhatsApp me. You get me for any occasion. Unless maybe you want to divorce your wife. That one, if you invite me, I will not come. But then anything occasion, anything live band, anything music, when you invite me, I'll come.
Ohene Ja Glory.
Hello.
Anything music, you come. But let me ask you, you said you've been doing music for long. When you started music, was there a particular person, say in the Highlife industry? I don't know if you started with Highlife throughout your life.
Well, when I started singing, I was singing only Lovers Rock.
Okay.
I was singing Aswad, Still Pulse, Dennis Brown, Freddie McGregor, and a whole lot of that. I started singing their songs.
So
before later, I got much interested in Highlife when I joined the Western Diamonds Band.
So what developed the interest in Highlife?
Highlife, I found out that Highlife is my root. As a Ghanaian, what you can use to identify me is my roots music, the Highlife. So anywhere I go all over the world, I do my Highlife music. And sometimes I do reggae, because reggae also comes from the Highlife. Yeah, so I do reggae, I do Afro pop, I do rumba as well. Yeah.
What's rumba?
Rumba is Congolese kind of rhythm music, but it's also good. I sing them in my local language. The first
but you use the
song
rhythm.
that I sing, it's rumba rhythm, but I sing it in Chi. It's called Brenya.
Yes, yes, the Brenya song I was.
When you go to YouTube,
yes,
just write Ohene Ja Glory
Brenya.
Yeah, when you listen to Brenya, you can find all my stuffs there. Yeah.
Speaking of listening to your songs and all of that, is there someone in the Highlife music industry you look up to?
Yeah, my mentor is Kojonchi.
Oh, right. The man himself.
I've been working with him for a long time.
Do you have a song together?
No, we don't have a song together, but then my first album, I recorded it in his studio.
So why don't you have a song together yet?
Yeah,
is it that you've not made the move? You are planning to.
Yeah,
we'll be looking forward to that. We'll be looking forward to that keenly. I personally will be looking forward to that.
Great, that's great.
Ohene, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you too.
And I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much.
Right, we'll check out some of your songs too on the rest of the streaming platforms as well as
YouTube. All
the
streaming platforms you will find me.
Thank you.
Just tap Ohene Ja Glory and everywhere you'll find me. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you too.
All right, so we've been speaking to Ohene Ja Glory. He's a Highlife musician, so do check him out on all streaming platforms. On social media, he's at Ohene Ja Glory, and then patronize his music. Let's support our own, let's support our artists here in Ghana to push them to the pedestal we want to see them reach. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's a new year. You haven't seen the Entertainment Perfect in a while. You've been wondering, where is he gone to? Today is Friday. He'll be joining us, even though I'm not too enthused about it. We'll still have him anyway. So do stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is your chance to be served by a robot at Accra's premier destination for fine dining. Hallmark Cafe, located in Jowolu, just after the Allied filling station. It's the perfect spot for delectable pastries, desserts, hot and cold beverages, as well as a variety of continental and local dishes to satisfy your cravings. Enjoy convenient staff lunch services, expert kitchen management, and outdoor event hosting. Here, simply press a button and your waitress will be at your table in no time. Visit Hallmark Cafe today and experience the future of fine dining. Call us now at 053-7344-095 to make your reservation. Hallmark Cafe. Delight in every sip and bite.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider. So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Wow, welcome back. Look, we are full of smiles because a lot has been going on in the studio while we were on break. You guys missed. Don't worry. These are some of the things you don't get to see. But yeah, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us. As I said before we went on the break, I said it's a new year. We are still in January 2025. We've not seen a Kokum.
Me, I'm happy he's back. I'm happy he's back.
Well, Kokum, that sounds like a you problem.
Yeah.
But
No, it's not a me problem. I'm happy he's back. You are the one who has the problem because you are the one who's paying you that he has come.
ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
Kokum is here,
Yes.
so let's welcome him. Happy New Year to you. We are officially seeing you for the first time on the show this year, so you are welcome. Happy New Year. How are you? How have you been?
Hi, Kweku. How are you doing?
Charlie, I'm good.
Hope everything is
It's
fine.
good. It's Kutis, man. Kutis, man. Yeah.
I only deal with people who are happy I am
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Those who are not happy
Yeah,
I am back.
yeah. You just show them aside. Yeah. So.
Are you happy I am back?
How have you been?
Are you happy I am back?
How have you been?
Are you happy I am back?
Eko, please, we are hosting you.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Jifa, I want you to laugh.
Goodness.
Oh, man. I'm irresistible.
See, imagine.
I know, right?
I'm like, Pork 101.
Hey, those people.
She tell you, taste you can't resist.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you think about yourself, but no, it doesn't apply to me.
Are you sure? I'm irresistible. If you do, you laugh again.
I can't frown. One who laughs a lot, so you can't get me to frown.
Anyway.
This is a new year started.
Yeah.
The entertainment is also on.
Yeah, it feels good. Feels good to be back.
But before that, how was your Christmas celebration? How's the New Year been?
I know where you're trying to go.
On the real, my Christmas was good.
You
It
were
started
MIA for a long time, like missing in action, no communication, nothing. A little bit said you were, touring the world.
Yeah.
Hey.
I was all over the place.
Well,
that's all I can say.
Okay, so how
I
has
have
your
a feeling you are
holiday
doing
been?
agenda setting with your
No,
question.
not at all, not at all. I just want him to tell us and tell the viewers too, because during the festives we had lots of conversations about New Year resolutions, how the celebration has been. So I'm just ushering him officially onto the show and into the New Year. So just share with us.
All right, so it was good. It was a beautiful Christmas for me. I was along the coast somewhere on the continent. Had a fantastic time. Went to see the dolphins as usual. Yeah, so that's all. My New Year resolutions, I've not set them yet. So the point about me is I don't like setting New Year resolutions in January because I feel like that January rush is likely to catch up with me. So I wait.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
somewhere
that's very
March.
interesting.
Okay.
I set my March.
Okay.
Going because I feel like then I would have settled into the year very well.
So do you do March to December or March to March the next year?
No, it's March to December.
Hey, so you give yourself 3 months of free bontos or whatever.
I enjoy.
Hey, I like that. It's like no pressure. You can come and stress me.
You'll be a cow.
That's all.
I don't owe anybody New Year resolutions. If I do it, if I don't do it too, sometimes I deceive myself that I've done it, but I've not done it.
I say that you
the creativity and tourism sector, things are happening there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to be back, and you know, government is forming. You know, there's a new president and all of that. Things are taking shape and everything, but some CEOs are being fired. Some are being relieved. No, we don't say fired. Some are being relieved of their duties. Some appointments are being made here and there. One of the appointments.
Some are resigning.
On their
own, yeah.
And one of them that has resigned, that is, I would say personally, and this is my personal opinion, I am not happy about him resigning. I really wish this government would keep him to continue the work he's doing. Is Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, the CEO of the Ghana Tourism Authority. He has done extremely well, in my opinion, in the tourism sector for GTA, like GTA leading the charge. Because we realized that after the whole the year of return, they were in the middle of it. You know, they were working with the secretariat under the presidency with all of that. And then now, after that, they saw the opportunity in there and launched the whole Beyond the Return initiative. And I feel like the Beyond the Return, even now, is relevant. I feel like even 50 years, 100 years from today, it will still be relevant because you are still looking at beyond the return what happens. And I feel like it's one of the most.
I think out of that too, they also came up with the December in Ghana. You know,
it developed so many branches. You get, and I feel like if you are talking about the most innovative thing I've seen in like the tourism and the creative space, Beyond the Return will be like at the center of it. Now, Beyond the Return, we had Dirty December, we've had the shooting, we've had a lot of things happening in the creative space. So I am pretty sad about it, but hey, I want to say he's done a fantastic job. He's done a good job, and I want to salute him for all that he did for the tourism space. I still feel like there's so much more we can explore when it comes to the tourism space. So whoever is going to be appointed, I wish it could be him that will say, in as much as we've resigned, we still want to work with you, so come back and continue the job. Whoever is going to be appointed, you know that there's such a huge one there for you to actually push on and make sure it happens. So Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, you're gone, or you're going, but hey, we still believe in the job that you did. We want to say good job there, and wherever you find yourself, hey, you know, you were the hero in the tourism space. I won't lie about that. He really did well, and he really pushed the boundaries for us. And now we also have the new minister.
One of our very own.
Yeah, one of our very own. I mean, she's been approved. We are waiting for her swearing in. That's Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi from the Volta side of Ghana, or the eastern side of Ghana. This woman is, she's a beacon when it comes to like the tourism space and the creative space at large. She's been an actress before. She's been a voice when it comes to the tourism space and everything. I watched her vetting. It was good. I won't say it was pretty good. It was good. Tomorrow we'll be dissecting like her vetting proper on the chat. So make sure you tune in, because I'll bring a few guests to actually dissect all that she said.
That's cool.
Doing her vetting. But I feel like the expectations are very high.
Yes.
Looking at what has happened, especially with what I just spoke about, like GTA leading the charge for the ministry, the expectations are very high. We had a creative agency under the previous government. We had the Ghana Film Authority under the previous government, or the National Film Authority. We had the Ghana Tourism Authority, all of that. So it's an authority, or it's a ministry that had done so much in the previous government. Now that she is coming in, what are the expectations? I feel like this is the time that we need to market most of our tourism spaces very well. Yes, we have the castles, we have the slave conversation, the slave everything, but I feel like we need to now take it a notch higher.
Okay.
Wildlife and everything is something that we need to focus on this time around. So a lot needs to happen. We should do something about the Paga crocodile pond. It's, I mean, we go there pretty much every year, and it's left like like nobody cares about it until the Caravanites are coming. Then it's like, oh, they put something in place. So we need to put a lot of attention there, and also the waterfalls. See the job Steve Abebu did of blessed memory, so rest in peace. But chasing waterfalls, what have we done with all that he was able to discover for us? He did a job pro bono for free. But now, what have we done with it? Is it just something in a book that we've learned somewhere? So these are all things that we need to work on, and I mean, we'll see him do well. But we wish him all the best, and for some of us here, we'll still be there to criticize. But it feels good to be back. It feels good to see you.
It's good to have you back.
Thank you, thank you. What an intro. Back on the show. Anyway, thank you very much, Eko.
Thank you too for having me.
We'll see you around. We hope that 2025 treats you good.
Yeah, it should treat you guys better, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching Breakfast Daily this morning. Keep watching Channel 1 TV. We have a lot of programming that's coming up for you. Of course, the vetting will still be happening today, and so we'll be joining them later on as and when they get settled and all that. My name is David Kwekusichi.
And my name is Jifa Kedi Akutu. Thank you. Do stay with us here on Channel 1 TV tomorrow for Breakfast Daily Weekend, as well as Sunday breakfast, as we serve you breakfast for the weekend. Thank you for watching.
This week on Healthy Living, we take a look at a silent crisis affecting millions across the globe, loneliness. We'll see the impact of social isolation on our physical and mental health. And Gillian Rakusin, Executive Director of the Foundation for Social Connection, shares some tips to address loneliness. Plus, Kenya's electronic health system is transforming rural healthcare access. That's in this edition of Healthy Living. Hello, I'm Linor Moudou. Thank you for joining us for another episode of Healthy Living. Loneliness is on the rise, and it's not just a personal issue. Recent studies indicate that an increasing number of people are experiencing feelings of isolation and disconnection, and this is becoming a public health concern. According to the World Health Organization, an estimated 1 in 4 older people experience social isolation, and between 5 and 15% of young people experience loneliness globally. People experience loneliness regardless of age, gender, and socio-economic boundaries. Medical experts say the issue has a serious impact on physical and mental health, quality of life, and longevity. They say factors such as urbanization, the rise of digital communication, and the effects of the global pandemic have all contributed to a surge in people feeling isolated and disconnected. WHO is making loneliness a global health priority with the launch of a new commission on social connection to address the pressing health threats of what the organization say is a global epidemic. Let's go to Casablanca in Morocco, where VOA's correspondent Emmanuel Mouadjidibé and Emmanuel Ngapela spoke to psychologists about the challenges of loneliness.
Isolation or loneliness is the absence of social interaction caused by physical illness, mental disorders, or social problems. When isolation is due to physical illness, it's called forced isolation, which is usually done to prevent the patient from contaminating others. It can also be due to mobility problems, as some patients may suffer from illnesses that make them dependent on others. There are also people whose isolation is due to mental disorders.
If it's caused by a mental disorder, as a psychologist, we work with the disorder. If the isolation is caused by an anxiety disorder, we work with the patient on the anxiety disorder. Different methods can be used, such as the cognitive behavioral therapy. If it's caused by depression, we work with the depression. So when the therapist works with the disorder with the patient, we can notice a suppression of the symptom.
In younger people, isolation may be due to harassment and intimidation outside the family environment and to certain parental behaviors or neglect at home. Isolation may develop in those who are overexposed to computer, tablet, or smartphone screens. This translates into a lack of direct interaction in favor of virtual relationships and interactions on social networks.
We need to involve young people, often create opportunities for social interaction, foster inclusion, and also reinforce social skills, group activities. We need to integrate them into clubs, community initiatives, and emotional support. That can help integrate young people into their environment.
The elderly are also vulnerable to isolation.
The elderly need to be encouraged to set up discussion groups, and even their children need to find time for them, because in our culture it's inconceivable to put them in the retirement homes. So above all, we need to work on awareness and education.
According to health specialists, since the COVID pandemic, telecommuting has also become a widespread reason for isolation.
What circumstances make you feel lonely, and how do you cope with loneliness? Here are some reactions from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia.
The feeling of loneliness arises from different reasons. You will face different things in life. Sometimes there are things you can't say. There may be friends, but you may also feel lonely during such times.
There could be many incidents that will make you feel lonely. For instance, when you need something and couldn't get it, you might end up saying, had I have this person in my life, I could have gotten it.
I had experience of feeling lonely. I went to church and dealt with it spiritually, but I also feel like this could be resolved by meeting other people. Meeting with family members, friends, and people will make you feel better.
When I feel lonely, I spend time with my friends, but if I can't do that, I'll go to church and pray. And while I am lonely, I think about how to resolve this feeling and how to feel grateful for what God has granted me. I'll try to meditate on what is given to me. It's more than what I asked for. That way, I'll erase the feeling of loneliness.
Gillian Rakusin is the Executive Director of the Foundation for Social Connection. She tells us more about loneliness and how to address it.
So, social isolation and loneliness in a chronic state can be...
Hello, good morning and welcome to the Channel 1 Television. My name is Adjoa Tinkra. Now this morning, as they have this whole week, the Appointment Committee of Parliament is sitting to vet the nominees of President John Dramani Mahama. Currently, the Interior Minister designate, the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, who is also the Member of Parliament for Asawasi, has taken his seat. So let's cross over now and witness his vetting.
Became later joined to be a Member of Parliament. I've had several executive education, some in Berkeley in California for global health. I've had about 4 different executive education at Kennedy School, notably national and international security, mastering negotiation, senior managers in government, and others. I've done a lot of other certificates, executive programs at RIPA. By way of employment, I'd been a self-employed person right from primary school, and I've always worked through secondary school to be able to fend for myself and support my other siblings. Same through the university, and almost all my colleagues who were doing the undergraduate were tests. I was teaching all over around and doing all manner of beginner jobs just to keep the body and soul together. After graduating, or after the A-level, my first national service was at Abodom in the Gakkai district. And then my second national service was with USAID. I've worked with Gakkai briefly. I started to be a self-employed individual until sometimes around 1999 when I got employment with Ejimapa Buyers Limited, a licensed cocoa buying firm, where I rose through the rank to be the head of research, monitoring, and evaluation. And then I joined Parliament in 2005, and I've remained a member of Parliament to date. I've had opportunities to do many other things as a member of Parliament, including meeting the Minister for Youth and Sports in 2009, which was very brief. I've been the ranking on Health Committee. I've chaired the Health Committee. I've been a member of this very honorable committee for 2 decades as a member of the Appointments Committee. I've been a member of the Business Committee, Mines and Energy Committee, and many others. I got the privilege to be one of the 5 representatives from Ghana to represent Ghana in the Pan-African Parliament, where I've also served for over a decade. And there too, I rose to become the chair of the Committee on Finance, Monetary and Finance at the Pan-African Parliament. I've been the government whip in 2013 to 2016, and also being the minority whip between 2017 to February 2023. So, Mr. Chairman, in short, I will say this is how far the Lord has brought me.
Thank you very much. We'll commence the vetting, and I have the pleasure to give the floor to Honorable Amankwa Menu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me take this opportunity to congratulate my brother and friend, Moose, as I affectionately call him. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I have some few questions for you. Honorable nominee, on the 14th of January 2025, there was a letter from the Office of the Chief of Staff, which letter sought to demand for certain information regarding certain persons on government payroll. You are going to be a minister with many agencies under you, with such agencies inviting or have invited applications from Ghanaian young men and women for training. Between December 7th to January 6, 2025, that is December 2024 and January 26, January 2025, we had a government in place. With you as Minister of Interior, with all the agencies under you, and looking at the applications, probably some of them already under training, are you going to discontinue or invite those who are already undergoing training? as we experience, sometime in the history of this country, what would you do to these young men, women who are Ghanaians, who are going through training to serve this nation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not privy to the full details of what my colleague is saying, so it makes it very difficult to give very specific answers. But what I will say generally is that I believe that government is continuous, and until January 7th, there was a government. And in my view, every action and inaction of that government is legitimate, except to say that if a new government comes, nothing also debar a government from reviewing whatever actions a previous government has taken and then put the best interests of the country forward. So because I don't have the details and the fine details of what you are talking, it may be very difficult for me to give very specific answers. But what I know is that if a government takes an action which is legitimate, obviously another government too has every right to be able to review it. But I keep saying, let us always do this in the best interest of our country, because if there is in the best interest of the country, you act, you'll be acting right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nominee. And thank you for giving me the assurance. Yeah, there's a follow-up. Yes. The assurance that government indeed is continuous. And I believe strongly that whatever review will be done in the best interest of our nation. Looking at what we have, Mr. Chairman, in terms of fairness and in recruitment, would you say that regional quotas being given on regional basis to ensure fairness and balance is a good thing? As a minister designate for the Ministry of Interior, would you promote quota system on regional basis to ensure fairness and balance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, what I will say with this is that, I'm going to a ministry that has a lot of professionals that are experts in their field. I mean, you can't doubt the expertise of the Inspector General of Police, neither will you doubt the Director General of Ghana Prisons and the like. And I'm going to be a team member that will be working with them. Together with them, we'll have to review over the last maybe 30, 40 years, or since we started this Fourth Republican Constitution, how have we done it? Has it served the purpose? If there are lapses, we'll look at it and review them in the best interest of the country. But to sit here and assure you that, we'll do it based on regional, then maybe we'll go and then people say, can we even look at tribal? Can we look at religion? Can we look at all the other balances? It may be very difficult for me to give you a specific answer, but to tell you that definitely recruitment into the security services is a serious concern for the average Ghanaian, and it requires a review of the process. How do we do it? How do we do it so that it will meet the best standard? Because remember, in ensuring all these balances, which I perfectly agree with you because myself I'm a minority, and I know that if you leave it to the whims and caprices, only the majority will have it, and they will deny the fewer minorities. But remember, in the security services, you are talking about lives and protection of all of us, because the simple mandate of the security agencies is to prevent crime, ensure law and order, and protect the average citizen in his or her going about doing their dutiful duties. So I can assure you that with this crop of expertise that we have in the ministry, we'll sit down and look at how best to approach this recruitment process so that at least, even if we are not able to perfect it, to make it better than it is now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I recognize the minority people on a follow-up question.
Okay, Chair, I'm grateful. Honorable Muntaka, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The subject matter raised by our dear colleague, as you do know, is a very popular concern. There is a lot of murmuring and whispering on same subject matter. Your answers portends as a patriotic citizen, and I have no doubt. However, His Excellency the President, then candidate, made a lot of promises on review. He spoke to the free SHS and he said possibly it was going to be reviewed. Your colleague, Honorable Atufosin, sat in the same seat you are sitting, and he spoke about review. Can you look into the camera, and tell Ghanaians that the context of your review is not cancellation? Can you assure us that your review is not cancellation? Speaker, I am asking, Mr. Chair, probably I should rephrase my question. My question to you, my good friend, is can you elucidate on your review? This review has been used by many of your colleagues, the review of the Ghanaians who have been recruited into the security services. Does your review means cancellation? Can you assure us that the review doesn't mean cancellation? This is a simple question. Why are you worrying on Abu Mutaka? He's an experienced man. He can answer the question. Allow him to answer.
Thank you very much. May we proceed to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr.
With
Chair.
respect to review of those undergoing training.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, yes. My honorable colleague answer a question is legitimate. What if we go and we are reviewing and we realize that someone didn't even go to school and he's been put in there? Will you recommend that that person should be allowed to continue? If we go and we realize that somebody is physically challenged and he's been put into training for military or for immigration or something that requires somebody who should be very active. So that's why I'm saying that to answer specific, to give you a very definite answer will not even be fair to yourself, because then I'll be doing simply, oh, let me just pass this and then go and do another thing. But I just swore an oath, and believe me, everything that I said in the oath, I meant it. And I'm not going to deceive anybody by sitting here telling you one thing that will sound sweet in your ear and go out there and do another thing. What I'm saying is that I can assure you I will be acting on behalf of His Excellency the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and he's a very fair-minded person. If you check our manifesto, specifically on paragraph 182, he said that we need to do everything humanly possible to put away excessive partisanship in the recruitment process. So all these things are things that we'll look at with the aspects that have been in the police service, whether prison service, the national service, fire service, and all the agencies. Some of them have been there for 3 decades. They've learned so much. They've seen it come and go. And if we sit and dispassionately decide that, look, what can we do in the best interest of our country? I'm sure we'll be able to come up with something that will meet the expectation of the majority of us. Instead of maybe whitewashing or sitting here when I don't have all the details to promise you something, then only go to the ministry and realize that what I promised honorable members of parliament is not something that can be achieved, or maybe I could even do far more. So I'll be grateful that, you know me, we've worked together, we've done a lot of things together with all humility, Mr. Chair. When I say we'll do it in the best interest of this country, I meant we'll do it in the best interest of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question? Honorable Amankwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I believe I've just been told that I have one last question. And it borders on promotion. There have been complaints from a lot of officers, i.e. police and the rest, of officers not being promoted on time. Some believe that such delay in promotion is due to the fact that officers are not transferred also on time. People are left to stay at one unit, one place for a very long time, not creating the room for others to also go through the meal. As the minister designate for the Ministry of Interior, what would you do differently to ensure that officers are promoted on time? And if there is the need for an officer to be transferred, that officer is transferred so that we can have, that vibrancy in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can assure my colleague that these are some of the comments I've also heard about this same promotion, and it's worth looking into those concerns. I mean, like I said, this agency has experts in their own field, and we'll definitely have to look at. One of the things yesterday when I was taking briefing from some of the security heads were that, for example, when the regulation says you should stay in a place at least 4 years, people assume as if it is at most 4 years. So when the thing says at least 4 years, it means that it can go beyond 4 years. But others assume because the regulation says at least 4 years, the moment it is 4 years, you must mechanically be moved to the next level. And yesterday when I was looking at some of the agencies, their own organogram and the kind of vacancies that they have, you could see that, yes, there are some places where people need to fill. But one of the things that I also heard, which I will look into real details, is that almost everyone, especially the Ghana police, almost everyone that needed to be promoted had been promoted. I will look into it because where I sit now, I'm a designate and I don't have all the full facts, but it is a lot of concern that I've also heard, and I think it is worth looking into. One thing that I can assure you, my colleague, is that I believe that we need to codify the processes, document them. I mean, I've worked largely in the private sector. You know that annually you'll be reviewed, you'll be assessed, and the assessment will be shown to you yourself. You agree with some, you have the opportunity to question some, and at the end of the day, it will be filed. So the way sometimes our security services, I don't know how we'll be able to do it, but like I said, because they are experts who can learn from other jurisdictions how they do it, the way it is mechanical, some go to sleep, others are breaking their back to help the system, and then everybody just wake up, oh, it is time for promotion, then we'll all get promoted. I don't think that itself encourages people to give in their best. So we'll look at how to do it in a way that it doesn't demotivate the men and women, but also make sure that it is based on merit and not just give away, because they say at least 4 years. Yes, because if it is on merit, someone could do 2 years and get promotion because of some specific thing, but you need to document those processes so everybody knows that we all know, if I'm able to do 4 terms in Parliament, this is how it can happen. If I'm able to do A, B, C, D, this is the benefit that I can get. I'm sure when we are able to put all those things on paper and it is known and people are educated very well on it, when those promotions are happening, I'm sure people will be largely satisfied. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to
follow up on the last question.
Yes, just a little advice. Yes, yes, just a follow up.
A follow up.
Yes, yes. Very
on the promotion of the officers.
Very brief. Yes, sir. I would like to avert the mind of the nominee to the police service policy. A policy to the effect that officers, I stand for correction though, because I can see a lot of police officers here. Officers do not stay or remain at one post or unit for more than 5 years. I believe that the honorable nominee, when he assumes office, I believe he would. He said he's not a master, but I believe that he's a master in his own right. I believe that when he assumes office, he must have this policy to ensure that officers, if it is time for them to be transferred, they move so that others can also grow. Mr. Chairman, with this, I once again like to congratulate my friend for his nomination. I have confidence and trust that he will do that which is right for this country. He is a man, what you see is what you get. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, your response to.
Well, Chair, what I will simply say is that, for example, because he's mentioned the police, there are 3 tiers of 3 groups within the police service. And as you may know from article 200 all the way to 205, where it talks about the Ghana Police Service, it is the president that has the sole prerogative to promote individuals from ACP upwards. That's Assistant Commissioner of Police upwards. Then you have from, I think, superintendent up to the ACP2 can be done only by the police council. Then you have from the recruits all the way to chief inspector, that one is done by the police administration. So because of these 3 tiers, some largely are not in the hands of the senior men. But like you rightly said, these are things that is worth looking into, and I can assure you, my honorable colleague, I will ensure that fairness and equity is done. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dominic Nitiwul.
Welcome back to Parliament. Yes, but welcome back to Parliament. I'm not in Aba. The chiefs will charge me. My honorable friend, Honorable Mutaka, the nominee, I've known you in Parliament here over the last 16 years. I worked with you in opposition for 8 years, and I also worked with you in government for 8 years. Hopefully, once God gives us life, we'll work together for another 4 years. You in government, me in opposition. Then after that, we'll exchange roles again. But let me congratulate you, sincerely. And I'm very happy for you. There are reasons why I'm happy for you. You know them. So I'll congratulate you sincerely. I'm going to ask you public interest questions. Just simple public interest questions. Honorable, my first question is about professionalism of the 10 agencies under your ministry, all of them. I want to find out from you and to say that whilst asking this question, particularly the Ghana police, in ranking them over the period, I would say in West Africa, over the last 8 or even 10 years, if they are not the best, then they will be the second across West Africa. It's clear. People who come here, go to other countries, they would rank our police and others, immigration. If they are not the best, they'll be the second best. But there's still more room for improvement. We don't just want them to be the best in West Africa or Africa, but the world. So there are still concerns that citizens have that I believe I want to put to you and find out how you would address those citizens. The current Inspector General of Police and his team, the POMAC group, went and visited drivers, visited other people. In 2021, they took over to interact with them because of those same concerns. How are you going to ensure that motorists are not stopped on the way and harassed by agencies under your jurisdiction or your ministry, either on the road, in their houses, or any other place? Also, the few ones who would stop people and pick something from them, money in particular, how do you intend to ensure that we eradicate that thing forever? It should not be part of it. That's the professionalism I'm talking about. Added to that, it's still part of professionalism, so it's one question. Added to that, how do you intend to ensure that agencies that work under your ministry, when it comes to land issues, only act lawfully, but not because somebody has the might or somebody has the stature in society? these two things, they are all around professionalism, and they are public interest things. People suffer a lot in this country because of these two things. Motorists, people get beaten on the roadside. I have serious examples that maybe later I will discuss with you. But I want you to tell the public how you will address these issues so that by the time you leave office, these issues are not there any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, my honorable colleague, he's been a defense minister for 8 years, so he really knows what he's talking about. Yes, I agree with you. You and I have been in Pan-African Parliament, so we travel across the continent. And sometimes when you get to some other countries and you look at their police, you then begin to appreciate what you have, despite the challenges that continue to confront us. I agree with you. Fortunately, in the handing over the transition document, it shows that we've started using body cameras at the police. 800 is in their hand, and about 30,800 is being procured. And according to the fact that I saw, it says that the procurement process is complete. One of the things that I would do through the police council, remember, I'll just be a member of the police council, where truly with these experts will put and fashion how to safeguard all of us. We'll ensure that if you are a police officer that you have to step out, then you have to have your body camera on, so that it takes away all the ambiguity and the troubles. Because when you put the body camera on, everywhere you are being recorded, not only you and your environs. So that if you are on the road extorting money, it will show. If you are brutalizing others, it will show. Whatever other thing that you are doing, the body camera will record and it will show what you are doing. So I believe that the hierarchy of almost all the agencies are also concerned when they hear some of these complaints, and they've been making frantic efforts to make sure that it goes down to the barest minimum. And we must also admit, in the what do you call some time now, you don't see much of this harassment on the road, but you still see packets of it. We must do everything to make sure that they remain professional. And the only way to take this ambiguity, in my view, Honorable Chair, is to have the body camera on and then insist and make sure that everybody adheres to it. Secondly, with regards to the land issue, all of us have been victims. I've had an incident of where you legitimately acquire a land and then you are called that, some guys have come on, and then you call the police. The police that you call are on their way to the place. You get there, and another person have called the police, also called police. And both are coming from the same station. And I was wondering, how did this happen? That I will call from one station, police move. The same station, another person calls, they move, and they came and met there, two vehicles, and they were all from the same station. I said, okay, then let us all go to the station. And yet, me, who have legitimately acquired mine, I'm holding my document. The other person who called the others, he is not there, but he was able to call the police to come. And then you go to the police, now they realize it is you. Who is the other person who called you? Oh, no, that one, you see, I cannot devour that to you. I said, what is that? And then, so what you are saying is a legitimate thing. And you've seen people lose their legitimate land. And I mean, with this land, I believe that, Mr. Chair, I know when the Minister for Lands, the nominee for lands comes here, we may have to fast track the proper documentation of all the lands in the country because they are digitalized. I can tell you, and I'm sure Chair is aware of this, where someone, in trying to beat the system, went and backdated the document and said that he bought the very land that I said I bought in 1995. But he paid the monies in Ghana cedis. When in 1995, we didn't have Ghana cedis. And that's how the person got caught. Because he said he paid it in Ghana cedis. And in 1999, there was no Ghana cedis. So you see these things are really happening. But like you rightly said, with professionalism, these are experts. I would demand that the professionalism that the standard that they've set for themselves, they should hold themselves to it. And I can assure you, honorable colleague, that I know it's not going to be easy, because that will require change of attitude, change of behavior, a mindset, but we'll dare and make effort to get them to be professional. And I'm sure once they are professional, most of these things, even if they don't fizzle away, you will have very minimum of it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, just one little question on the professionalism. Will you consider setting up, I know the police already have it, immigration, all your agencies have it, but will you consider setting up a complaints unit under your ministry itself and uplift it to the status of a director, where citizens can go and complain direct without being intimidated, or they have that feeling that they will be intimidated? If there's not one, will you consider doing that?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, this is a very legitimate thing. I have had that serious concern. You know, currently what the police, what they do is that when something happens, then the police themselves will say they have the police professional, what do you call it? They have the PIPs, where they will be investigating the issue. I believe that we need to have an independent body that composed with other persons, not necessarily police alone, investigating these complaints. The Standard Bureau, the Independent Police Standard Bureau, that we've seen in other jurisdictions, we need to be able to do that. And together with the hierarchy of the police administration, we'll take steps to do that. And Mr. Chair, my colleague was right. I remember when the 7 young men in my constituency were shot and killed. And then I remember the then Minister of Interior came to Parliament and said, Honorable Monica, we are going to investigate. I say, I've had many of that have been investigated by the police and I never heard anything. I insisted, and then that push for an independent committee to be set, which was chaired by a High Court judge. And the results was different, because it came out that they were not armed robbers, they were just killed. And we had to even pay compensation. So there are examples of when we insist that the police alone should not investigate, actions have been taken. I must also admit, there have been instances where the police themselves also investigated alone and have been able to find culprits and punish them. But I believe that if we are able to have an independent police standard bureau, or it's like we've seen in other jurisdictions, it will put the trust of the ordinary citizen more to be able to call and make the complaint than just to leave it with the police. And not only the police, it's the same with the prisons, the same with the National Fire Service, the same with immigration and other agencies that are under the Ministry of Interior. So I can assure my colleague that we'll do that. But whether to do it in the ministry is something that I will look at its possibility. Maybe a director to ensure that those agencies have, because remember, these are professional bodies that are well trained and they are expert. All we need to do as a team is to ensure that they are acting right and they are doing what is right. Once we get them to do that, maybe I can designate a director who will be supervising to ensure that all of them set this thing. But I doubt whether it will be useful to have it at the ministry, where if something happens in the prison, you call the ministry. If something happens at the fire service, you call the ministry. At NADMO, you call the ministry. At all the other, call the ministry. I think it may be too difficult, unwieldy. But we can get these institutions to do that and make sure that those committees or bureaus that they may set will be working and working effectively. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No. So the second question so the second question is also a public interest question. Ghana has been consistently ranked by many organizations to be the second most peaceful country in West Africa over the last 5 years. It tells you that agencies under your watch and others who work with them are doing a very, very good job. The public will want to know from you, or I want to know from you, what steps, specific steps, are you going to take that will ensure that Ghana does not regress backwards to those olden days when people are afraid to sleep in their houses, people are scared because maybe armed robbers are coming to attack them, or highway robbery will be on the increase? And secondly, how will you ensure that the country, Ghana, is still the destination for many, many people because it's peaceful? Because that's what we sell. We don't have the population like other countries, but we sell ourselves because we are very peaceful people. And our country has been peaceful. People go out and cry in the night, they are okay. I want to find out how you, because your ministry, you have agencies that have the direct responsibility for law enforcement. If they work, we are okay. If they don't work, we are in trouble. So I want to know the specific steps you are going to take with your agencies to ensure that they get it, including steps to ensure that morale within your services are high. Including steps to ensure that morale within the services are high. Because if morale is high, they will give you the best. So link the two. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will start with the second one, which is easier to talk about. I mean, I'm happy that we all know that morale, once their morale is high, I mean, they will give you the best. And obviously, having known the finance minister, and we worked for all these years, I will do everything humanly possible to let him appreciate this, that he will be able to roke in more money. If the agencies under the ministry that I'm going to be a team are working very effectively and the country is so peaceful, people are willing to come in and invest, he will be able to roke in more money. So he must ensure that we're able to support them with their emolument allowances and what have you. But I know morale is not only about money. It's also about fairness and just. If you have a system where everybody believes that I'll be treated right, even when I go wrong, when I'm going to be punished, it will be measured. It will be based on the level of my mistake or my crime. It will raise the morale of people. So I'll be looking at that, and I'll put a lot of premium in trying to get the team that I'll be working with to ensure that the morale is high. But when it comes to the specific things, Honorable colleague, you are the defense minister, I keep saying this, and you know we have the national security, strategic plan. And in that plan, ours is to have, ours, when I say ours, I'm talking about where, by the grace of God, if this committee approves of me, with my team, ours is to ensure our internal safety. And you know that we need to have the national policing strategy by the Ghana Police Service. We need to be able to have the land borders strategy for the Ghana Immigration Service. We need to have the narcotic control framework for the Narcotic Control Board. We need to have the small arms and live weapons strategy for managing small arms and guns. We need to be able to have a national strategy for the prisons, the National Fire Service, fire preventive strategy. These are the specific things that I will task my team, that everyone who is heading his area should ensure that that strategy is in place and that strategy is being followed. If we can have that strategy, which is there, and I know you have been at the Defense Ministry and you've done a lot of work already, and the document is there. I, as a member of the team, will just be coordinating to ensure that all the team members are doing their work right, and we'll have a timetable that shows at every point in time where we should be with our strategy and what they are doing specifically within that strategy, and periodically review and monitor progress. Once we're able to do this, Chairman, I can assure you we'll remain safe. People will be willing to come and invest in our country. There will be better opportunities to be able to meet the vision and aspiration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as he sends me there to represent him. So this will be the specific things that we'll do to make sure that every one of them, NADMO, will have, that's the National Disaster Management Organization, their strategy on prevention. How do we, when disaster happen, when emergencies come, what do we do? All those things, we'll make sure that it's in place and be monitoring to make sure that they are following through. Once we do this, Mr. Chair, I'm sure we will be safer and our country will remain safe. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so I'll ask
thank you.
My last question.
Very well.
The security, the reason why I asked about this is also because of the happenings of late where young men can invade places and stop people. That's why I asked this question as well. So put that at the back of your mind. Mr. Nominee, the last question I want to find out from you has to do with the recruitment. There are many people out there who think, wrongly do, that oh, you don't need certificate to enter any of the security service. You can just go, just work for a political party, and you go, you can be recruited. I'll recruit our boys, do this. I want to ask you a specific question. Will you recruit unqualified people into the Ghana Police Service, into the Ghana Immigration Service, into the Fire Service, and other security services?
Unqualified persons, no, no, no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, I will give the floor to Honourable Mahama Shaibu. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm most grateful. Leader, Honourable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A very well-deserved appointment. One of the critical agencies under your ministry in the criminal justice delivery is the prison service. They have a huge responsibility of safekeeping, reforming, and transforming prisoners. In recent times, we've had very negative news about these three key responsibilities. What measures, what plans do you have to reform the prison service generally to meet the very basic responsibilities they are charged with? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as a country and as part of our national security strategy, we have the prison reform strategy for the Ghana Prison Service. And I must admit, even from the briefing, the few briefings when I was preparing for this today's hearing that I've seen, honestly, they've been left to be deep orphans. And sometimes all of us tend to forget about them. And that could be the weakest link in our strategy to keep this country safe. I can assure you that I am going to pay a lot of attention to the Ghana Prison Service as part of the team member. One of the things, if you look at the manifesto of the NDC's, SSC John Dramani Mahama vision was to even change the name from prisons to corrections, so that even the mindset may begin to change. But I can tell you that there are so many examples that we can see around in the UK, in the Singapore, even in our own neighboring East Africa, Kenya, where they are using private partnership. They are using PPP, public-private partnership, to deal with most of the issues in the prisons. I'm reliably informed that when you go to Kenya, every number plate that you see on a car is coming from the inmates, because they give opportunity for industry to build these factories within the prison. It serves multiple purposes: training of inmates, it gives them skills, it gives them income. And obviously, because they are prisoners, the income that, or the payment that are made are not as if the factory was set up outside. This is an area that we need to look at. Because then someone prison, for example, has vast land. You go to Ankafu, there's vast land. If we are able to do that with government support and the rest of us in the multi-sectorial nature of what we are doing, it is going to help them, because currently, even feeding, sometimes it's, when I heard it yesterday, I was shocked that we can treat each other that badly. Today, the rationing for a prisoner in Ghana is 1 cedi, 80 pesos. For the whole day. 1 cedi, 80 pesos. And I doubt, with the greatest respect to these members of the committee and those listening to us, even the cats and dogs in our houses, how much food do we give them that will put our own compatriots, because of one mistake or the other, in trying to correct them, we feed them with 1 cedi, 80 pesos, and expect that they will not have communicable diseases, they will not have skin diseases, they will look healthy, they will come out reformed. No, no, no. We are rather putting them in an area where we are expecting them to come out more criminal than they went in. And that is why I was giving, Mr. Chairman, this committee the assurance that I will pay attention. And let me also take the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to thank the Pentecost Church for the wonderful thing that they've done in supporting the Ghana Prison Service. They are helping them to build almost 4 or 5 prison camps to enable them embark on agriculture, what do you call it, farming and other activities. Had it not been the prison agriculture project, I doubt even if we will not have the huge crisis in our hand, because the prisoners will wake up and there will be no food. And I can imagine how many prison officers we have that can prevent them from crashing the gate. So I think it's a very serious thing, and I assure my colleague I'll pay attention to. The other thing is that you remember His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the last time he had the opportunity between 2013 and 16 or 17, this remand prison project that he embarked on in Sawam, to separate remand prisoners from the main prisons. Unfortunately, that project is still not completed. It is something that I will pay attention to get, so that through that we can separate, not only in Sawam but in other prisons, separate remand prisoners from the other prisoners, so that it makes it easier. If every day you wake up and you see them as remand, they are under remand. They are not normal prisoners. You cannot forget about them, because then you know that you have a number of people in the remand prison. The other thing that I think we can do to really help the Ghana Prison Service is that, like, we have the High Court in Sawam, where the court is so close to the prison. It takes away the burdensome of trying to move them from one point to another. Already we are not allocating so much money to them. The little they have to sometimes beg the Ghana police for vehicle to collect inmates to court. And because of those challenges, remand prisoners get locked up and got forgotten. So that court, the High Court, just by the in Sawam prison, is so helpful. We'll see how, together with my colleague from the Attorney General, how we can work together with the Chief Justice to see how we can replicate this in some of the other prisons, like Ankafo and the others that have larger inmates. And the last one is about the Justice for All. You know, the Justice for All project was one that was so helpful, where judges move into the prisons and deal with especially remand cases and get it expedited. I think that it's another thing that, together with my colleague, the Attorney General, and the Chief Justice, will look at how we can use that Justice for All to decongest our prisons. I'm sure when we take these strategies, partnership with the PPP, ensuring that we feed them well, help them to get skills and what have you, I'm sure it will lessen the burden that we are putting on the men and women who are keeping them, and also our compatriots, in a very dehumanizing manner that they find themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further question? Before you come in, I will plead with the honorable nominee. Just be brief in your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, the honorable nominee has information overload. Thank you, Chairman. All said and done, except and unless you are incarcerated life in prison, you will eventually come out. Reintegration has been a big challenge for most prisoners who are out of prison. Because of societal norms, they find it difficult to even live within the same community they were picked up. What plans would you have to promote a process of rehab, reintegrating prisoners into society when they are out of prison? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we work multi-sectorial, especially with the national media, what do you call it, there's the National Media Commission, the NCCE, National Commission for Civic Education, because sometimes what we are saying, you will never know how real it is until it's getting to someone closer to you. I remember when we were young, one of our relatives was sent to the Kumasi prisons. I think he did about 3 years or 4 years. When he finished his sentence, and then my late father went and brought him home. It's like as if our father has brought some kind of demon in the house. It's like everybody keeps looking at him in a way. Before we realized, he left. And unfortunately, some months later, he was killed by the rail line in the Dogomba line, and we have to go and pick his body. But when he came back, if he had been welcome as a member of the family, I don't think he will have sneaked out to go and continue his ways. But the other thing also is that, we have young people also in the prison. Some of them write their BEC there, some write their WASI. I'll be talking to my colleague and leader, Honorable Haruna Edisu, the Minister for Education, the possibility of setting up the TVET institution within the prison. Because you see, when you come out and you have a skill, even if those whom are not really welcoming, but you can find a job and every day get up and go, it minimizes the trauma that you are going through. I think together with this and the team that I'll be working with who are experts in this area, I'm sure if we get to implement some of the things that I'm talking about, we'll see huge improvement in the kind of stigma that goes with just being a prisoner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Your very last question.
Very much so, Mr. Chairman. Leader, I know you already mentioned feeding. 1.8 Ghana cedis, woefully inadequate. Indeed, you cannot even buy an egg. That is really serious. Now, tied to that one is overcrowding, and you also touched on it a little bit. But tell us, apart from the churches that you have applauded for coming in to help as part of their corporate social responsibility, what plans would you have in tackling these two issues? And on that note, let me wish you Allah's blessings.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I take this opportunity to call on other organizations, Muslim organizations, other Christian organizations, other non-governmental organizations, to see the inmates as human beings just like you and I. Because one thing that is real is that if we continue to rely on GOG, we will only be talking about the problem. We will never be able to deal with it because of how tight the kitty is. But if we all see that, yes, these are our own brethren, but for one reason or the other, they find themselves there, and we are willing to assist, I'm sure this will improve. But secondly, we need to also be exploring public-private partnership. I know that most prisons in America are private. People build a prison and the government rents as a way of decongesting, having in mind all the security concerns, making sure that it is good to keep and safe and to not tamper with the national security strategy. They build it to meet the standard and then government rents. That is a possibility. Some of the agencies I've seen in the briefing are sitting on very good prime line land, and they are now using it in exchange for some facilities. this is also an area that we can also exploit. Because then we will then be able to get these things built either through our own benevolence or through this public-private partnership and decongest. And then also, you know, the prisons are in categories. We have maximum, medium, and whatever. We need to be able to do the separations very well, or for lack of better word, for the stratification, where you classify them properly. Because you may go to a place like maybe Edura, and it's not congested. But you come to Nsawam, it's so packed, or Kumasi. Meanwhile, the kind of prisoners that you can keep in Edura, some are in Kumasi prison, and you are keeping them in Kumasi prison, where the place is congested. When Edura is not congested, we need to look at that. And together with the team that I'm going to be working with, we'll be looking at how to get all these things so that we'll decongest our prison. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Rita Naudole Sowa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate my leader for his nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to the Ministry of Interior. Congratulations, leader.
Thank you.
Leader, as we are still on the prison service, they are in my constituency. And there is one issue that I have seen ongoing there. That is we're talking about inmates, but I want to talk about the prison officers. Their barracks is being pulled down. Officers have been made to go and rent outside. What plans do you have? And in the name of public-private partnership, what plans do you have? Is it that after the construction, the officers are going to be brought back to the barracks, or they are going to still remain in town? Because sometimes they have to work late in the night, and I believe being in the barracks will be a good thing for them. So what plans do you have to ensure that we'll have a barracks for the prison officers? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. What you are talking about hasn't come to my notice, but definitely is something that I have to go and look at. Because what I know with the public-private partnership is that before they even pull down that building, they will have built a standard facility where the officers will move in before they will even come and demolish this one. So where if you have a situation where that has not been done and yet they are pulling down, then I think that may be wrong. But I will not be able to say tentatively what you are saying, it's whether it's accurate or it's not accurate, but it is worth looking into, and I can assure you that I will definitely look into that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My second one is, what measures will you implement to ensure fire service responds promptly and effectively to fire emergencies? My reason for asking this one, recently in Saboba Senior High School, there was a fire outbreak in the girls' dormitory. I watched on TV and I was very sad because the fire service went in there and their equipments were not working. And so they had to rely on buckets of water to quench the fire. And I think that is not the best for us as a nation. What measures will you put in place to ensure that the fire tenders, either they will have more or whatever equipments they are using will be maintained properly to serve us well? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is another orphan within the team. In the team that I'm going to be part, this is one of the serious orphans. And I can assure you that when I was taking the brief, I felt very sad too. And it's an area that, Mr. Chair, I'll pay a lot of attention to. Because as all of us know, just as fire is good to cook, fire is also good to destroy. And the bottom line is that, I'm sorry to say this, Chair, all of us just think that God will take care of emergencies. God will take care of the negative things. Once every morning we wake up and we pray, everything will be okay. We don't want to follow through with our strategy of what if there's fire, what do we do? And Mr. Chairman, with a greater respect, I've been in this house for over 2 decades. And even this room, I've started to do this, the assignment that you are doing severally. May God forbid, if now we hear a bomb You just only hear Ajay and all be scattered. Nobody will know where to pass. Nobody is telling us even where we are. In case there's an emergency, where to pass. There are no signs. There are nothing. Most of the extinguishers that you may see around, are they really working? Nobody knows. Until there's fire, then you go and lift it and realize that it is empty. Because we are not following through with the national strategy on fire prevention, which is part of our national security strategy. One of the things that you notice is that in the briefing, I realized that since 2015, 2016, government has not been able to procure any major equipment apart from just about 3 hydraulic, ladders. No fire tender has been procured in the last 9 or 10, almost 10 years. So what it means is that you and I are using vehicles. Even our vehicles that do not carry the kind of load that their work entails. After 10 years, how easy is it to use that vehicle? You wake up and try to start it, it will not. But that's the kind of virtually, for lack of a better word, obsolete equipment that we've left them with. And we expect them to be able to use it. And sometimes, unfortunately, with the citizen, out of emotions, we try to even beat the fire hoses. Because they've run to the place, then they are trying to start their gadget, it's not working. And then we say, you see, the fire is going on, look at what the fire service guys are doing. I can bet you, they are also not happy with the kind of equipment, but that is what they have. And because they are obsolete, the time that you need it, that's when it fails. But one of the things that, by the grace of God, as part of the team, I will be doing, together with His Excellency, to be able to meet His Excellency's John Dramani Mahama's vision for the Ghana National Fire Service, is to ensure that we retool them, just as we stated it in our manifesto on page 186, thereabout. We retool them, we'll make sure that they have the necessary equipment, so that they'll be able to protect us when the need comes. Look at the kind of market fires that we are having. It's so sad that the markets are built because they are with the local authority. They just don't care about fire certificates. Many of us here, people come to my house and when they see the fire tent, they say, hey, now this one too, what is that? Is it not spoiling the beauty of the house? You are talking about your safety, and you are talking about beauty. So I think that all of us need to be very conscious and mindful. But I can assure you that, honorable colleague, this is an area that has been left as an orphan, and will definitely. And the sad thing is that with them, there's very little IGF they can raise. So it makes it more difficult for them. But by the grace of God, when this committee approves my nomination and I get to the ministry to join the team, we'll give it our very best to retool them so that they'll be able to protect all of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I recognize a follow-up question from Jerry Shai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Muntaka, congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up. In my constituency, Wejagbawe, the fire tender has not worked for 18 years. I've heard you give assurances. But I'm also thinking, do they get risk allowance? And how much are we thinking of upgrading that, if at all? Because I witnessed the fire got a property in Bawe. We had to call the next constituency, Anyasotrum, to furnish us with their tender. At the time the tender came, the fire had already gutted the property. First of all, how do you intend to ensure that this is properly and comprehensively taken care of? Bear in mind the fire officers who take the risk to go, like you rightly stated, some of them are actually ostracized. And who tell that? And in fact, when I was there, they threw stones at us. So just want to know how you intend to deal with that comprehensively. And if you are giving assurances, whether you have intentions of giving us some deadlines.
Mr. Chairman, I really wish I could give a deadline. And Mr. Chairman, because of
members, let there be order so that we can take the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I really wish I could give assurance and even give timelines. And believe me, the timeline will have given will have been yesterday, because these are institutions that are really suffocating. And I'm very happy that you brought a very important aspect of their challenge: the risk. Officers are dying because of inhalation of substance, what do you call it, smoke and what have you. Sometimes they get bent. Sometimes they fall and get injured. And when they do this to protect us, we don't even forget that we need to even take care of them. If you care to know, the Ghana National Fire Service do not even have a clinic of their own. They fall on the Ghana Police and the Ghana Health Service. And sometimes the bills, because of the refund bill, the delay in releases, these hospitals do not even want to receive them. So imagine a fire officer wakes up from his house, just like you and I have done, come to work, go to risk his or her life to try to protect us. Then he or she gets injured. We don't have a facility to take care of him or her. They try to go and borrow money to get other help in other places. It takes months for us to refund. So one of the things that I can assure you is that because we have part of the national security strategy, we have a strategy for prevention of fire at the fire service that encapsulates almost all these things that are in there. Like the answer that I gave earlier, I will ensure that we follow through. The team members, everybody should follow through with what is in the strategy. Because if we follow the strategy, we will not be sitting here talking about some of the things that, because those answers will come by themselves. So that's the assurance that I can give you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Your last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, my leader, having worked with you for 4 years in Parliament, I believe you in your interpersonal skills, and I know it's going to come to bear when you go to the ministry. I want you to assure us as members of Parliament that we will not come and queue too long at your door when we come to visit you, because some of us have experiences where you go to visit a colleague minister, you have to wait for about 3 hours, 2 hours, and I don't think that is the best. And so on that note, I want to wish you congratulations and the very best on your new appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sure everyone around this table who have been in this house for the past 4 or 8 or 12, or when I was government whip and whip, no MP knocks on my door. The instruction for my secretary is that when MP comes, that is not your business. Whatever I'm doing in there, you let him or her come in. It is for me to say, oh, Honorable, can you give me 5 minutes or 10 minutes, so that at least I know the MP is there. It is not the business of my secretary to tell the MP to wait. I can tell you and assure you, my sister and colleague, I will take this same attitude to the ministry. When you come to my office, you will not have to wait. If you have to wait, maybe it's because you yourself will see that I'm doing something, and I'll be able to give you time that if you have to go and come, but not to just come and the secretary will just tell you, wait, because instructions I always give. Just as when I was the chief whip, the instruction is that no MP comes and you, secretary, tell the MP what to do. Yours is to just tell the MP, go. When the person comes in and the person sees that whatever I'm doing, if I tell the MP, oh, I'll be done in an hour, I may be done in 30 minutes, I'll be done in 2 hours, then the MP decide, oh, then, Honorable, I'll go and come, or I'll wait, but not for you to let the MP be waiting when I don't even know. That assurance I can give you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaubuama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations. And
Thank
leader.
you. And the Patrick.
Leader, let's do some business with the Narcotics Control Commission. It is estimated that about $21 billion will be generated from this business of medicinal cannabis. Last Parliament, we approved of the NACOP Act. And you are supposed to, God willing, inshallah, you'll be approved. Supposed to be, the minister is supposed to give effect to an ally towards the operationalization of that very important law. Ghanaians and the world will want to know, since it's a very big trade and you require a lot of investment in there, we want to understand your strategies on licensing, regulation, and the implementation of this very important law towards the realization of the objectives of this act for the good of this country, to drive lots of forex to show up our economy and our currency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very aware of this, the bill. I remember the controversy that took us to even the Supreme Court, and then we came back to fix it. And it was level of the regulation that was supposed to be laid and then get the 21 sitting days. This has not been done. My take on this will be, when I joined the team, obviously the NACO board is there, it will be there. The experts there will be there. Obviously, the new president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be made aware of the law. And I believe that once it's in tandem with his vision for that sector, you can be rest assured I will lay it without delay. But obviously, I will have to listen to the expert there. As a team, we'll make a definitive decision. And once it is in tandem with already the existing, it's about laying, you know, I know very well my way around this house and how to get things done. So we'll surely do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with your answers. Yes. Chairman, I don't have a follow-up on that, but I will go to my second question, which is on small arms. I have a lot of friends up north. One recently came from the States, drove to his father's village, Mr. Ndebugri's son, my mate at the law school. He said, yeah, when I get to Walwali, I have to speed and cross over to Bolga before I get to Zebila or Timonde, that's the village. There are a lot of unapproved routes, a lot of small arms in the hands of a lot of people. You talk to people and say, when you go to Boko, the kind of arms you find there, in Kwanta, a lot of ethnic tensions, people have all sorts of arms. I'm sure you are aware. You are going to be in charge of internal security, basically. And the Small Arms Commission will be under your care or watch. There are a lot of unapproved routes. God willing, immigration will be under your care. Please, what can you tell Ghana or Ghanaians about some of the things you'll be doing to control the proliferation of small arms into our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The concern of my colleague is real. It's a big threat. And if we don't watch it, it can really escalate. And you see in the areas where there are conflict, sometimes you wonder where they get the guns from. But the interesting thing is that it's been noticed that most of these guns are coming through our borders and the port. And the Commission for Small Scale and Light Weapons, their challenge is they search manually. Just recently, let me take this opportunity to thank the German government for giving us an equipment that is able to detect guns by just bringing it closer to a vehicle. But it is only one. It is only one. But look at how large our borders are. Because we have a whole long stretch with Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and Togo. And people use this. So they place it at the port. That machine is at the port. One of my first thing that I would do as a member of the team, when I joined the team by the grace of God and with your approval, is to see what steps we can take to acquire more of such gadgets. So that when you stop a vehicle immediately you go around it, you can tell that there's a gun in there and to show you specifically within the vehicle where it is. If we do that, it will help even the movement around with it. Because sometimes they use motorbikes and they hide them, conceal them around the motorbike. And then when you stop them, before you realize the person is rather sitting on it. So you don't even know where it is hidden. But if there are gadgets that can help you to that will be so useful. We need to also empower the Peace Council, Mr. Chair. You see, all of us are taking the peace we have for granted. Our country is peaceful, so because of that, investors are happy to come. We are able to wake up and go around everywhere. I mean, I have Senate friends, Nigerian senators as friends, and each time they come to Ghana, one of the things that they tell me is that, Muntaka, you guys, do everything humanly possible to keep this peace that people have. Because they wonder that the way we move around, you don't look back and out. But if we don't build the peace using Peace Council, and we leave Peace Council to be suffocating the way it is, the day that, may God forbid, challenges, major one comes, it will be difficult. Why are people keep wanting to keep those guns? They want to keep those guns because they think they can use that to protect themselves. We need to, and you know, my good friend and colleague, Article 270 of the 1992 Constitution bar us, even Parliament, from attempting to do anything about chieftaincy. It has to be done by the National House of Chiefs. Maybe we need to encourage the National House of Chiefs to call a national dialogue on chieftaincy and its future in our country. If we don't build peace around that, because it is those things that make people want to have guns. And lastly, Mr. Chair, pump action. It is very easy. If you have, 10,000, you can buy the pump action and license it. So there's so much of pump action. It's one of the things that when I joined the team, we may have to review. Because we all think that, it is a sad arms that it has to take only the Minister for Interior to authorize. After pump action, you can easily acquire it. But they are equally arms that are dangerous. So these are some of the things that when I joined the team by the grace of God, together with the aspect there, in mind with our national security strategy, we'll be putting in place to ensure that we at least minimize to the barest minimum the use of live arms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chair, I also don't have a follow-up on that.
Thank you.
The last question.
Very well.
On NADMO. They want to hear from you their promotions. Some of them are saying they've been sitting in one office for many years and they are not well equipped, and they want to hear your voice and believe in you that you do something different from them as Minister of Interior. On that note, let me wish the leader success at the Interior Ministry. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. God bless you too. Mr. Chair, when I took the briefing and I just realized why we are having most of the challenges that we have. One, we have a national security strategy on disaster management and we are not following through. We have this huge organization, NADMO, that we are not paying attention to. The steps, the law that we have is comprehensive enough. And if my memory serves me, it is Act 927. The Act 927. If you go there, Mr. Chair, you will see how nationally we need to have this emergency committee, regional and district. And it is, in the case of the national, it is multi-sectorial. Yet when there's something, when something happens, in our rush, then we're going to say, we are forming interministerial. And I always say, what? When COVID came, we went and set up interministerial. Now that was the function of NADMO. The same thing when the spillage, Akosombo spillage happened, we went and set up interministerial. The more we do that, the more we weaken NADMO. Because it's like you are saying that you have an organization, like you have a vehicle. It has fuel, it is serviceable, then you call Uber that they should come and lift you. Anytime you want to go out, there's someone come and say, but what about this vehicle? Why is this spoiled? Oh, the vehicle is good. Let me start it for you to see. You start it, it's working. You move it, but you park it. And then every day you are calling for Uber. That's what we are doing. So, yes, it's an area that we need to pay attention, because if we do it right, and one of the things that I will do specifically is that when I join the team in NADMO must let us as a group see quarterly, are the district complying, are the regions complying, and what are we ourselves doing nationally? Because if we can even meet just 4 times in a year to ask ourselves, in case of emergency, what do we do? I'm sure it will be the beginning of trying to deal with it. With the staffing, it is generally a problem within the security services, where people, you heard the first questions that came about promotion, about transfers, about their condition of service. It is an area that I will engage there. If by the grace of God, this committee approves of my nomination and Parliament does so, engage the finance minister for us to appreciate that those who protect us also matter. Because if they protect us well, like I said earlier, people will be willing to invest, and then that finance ministry will make more money. So it is important that we take care of them so that their morale is high, so that they'll be able to protect us and then protect the whole country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Brian Achampong, Doctor.
Thank you, Honorable, and congratulations.
Thank you.
My position on your qualification is consistent with Article 78 of the Constitution, except when the President, after this vetting, withdraws your nomination. I don't believe anything can stop you from being confirmed. You've been in this House for 20 plus years, your 6th term in Parliament.
Yes.
And therefore you are overqualified for the position. My questions are to get your views of some of the issues on small arms, promotions, and depoliticization of the services. These are the 3 categories that I want us to talk about. But before that, you mentioned that you worked with Gakkai briefly. It's not listed in your CV. If you can correct that, because it's a House of Records. And then also, you listed Minister for Youth and Sports as a leadership position instead of employment. But that is a job, so you have to correct that on the CV. On the issue of small arms, in 2004, there were about 240,000 small arms usage in this country. That number surged in 10 years, in 2014, to 2.3 million small arms use. It is projected that in 2024, that number will be about 5 million. That projects to about 1 in 6 Ghanaians carrying a weapon. 1 in 6 Ghanaians carrying a weapon. Honorable Patrick Boama did hint on that question, and you gave a very general answer. But I want Ghanaians to have confidence in what you can do to stem this. We don't, as you have said repeatedly, when something happens, what will happen? We don't even have enough security people to stand such a mob action with weapons. And in this election, what I saw, the people that are carrying arms before, during, and after the elections, is not something that we should joke with. Honorable Minister, kindly give us an idea, if you can. If you can't, give us an idea what you can do. If 1 in 5 Ghanaians is carrying, or 6 Ghanaians is carrying a weapon, it's a dangerous territory. Give us an idea what you may want to do about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I mean, the concern of my colleagues is genuine. And like I said, you are working, I'm going to join a team that is full of experts that have long years of experience and have experience of other jurisdictions. But as a member of the team, if I join, one of the major things that I want to do immediate is the introduction of IT to track who has been given gun and for what purpose was the gun given or approved for. Because if you can have database that is computerized, with the touch of a button, I can know, maybe those of us around this table, who and who has been licensed to carry whether small arm or even larger arms. It will be the beginning to help in the national security strategy in terms of surveillance and knowing and tracking what people are using it for. As we speak, I want to believe that if, like you rightly said, you are projecting about 5 million, maybe if you go to the ministry, and I know you've worked at the National Security Ministry before, if you go there and you want to really put your fingers to who and who have really registered DS, even those who may have permit, it may shock you to know that you don't have the data that you can at a go look at. And I think that the starting point is that let us measure, because it is only when you measure that you can achieve. If we know who and who are truly holding it, then we'll be able to make our surveillance very effectively. Then, like I rightly said earlier, we need to make sure that we are really very serious with the proliferation. The entry points, where they are, when people are moving around with it. If we have these gadgets, I'm sure it is going to help us. And as a team, you know, the police are most of the time on the road or in the main community. They are more closer to the communities than probably maybe the small arm. Because if you look at the number of officers, the commission has, they are fewer as compared to the police, Ghana Police Service. Collaboration as a team, I'm sure we should be able to minimize the proliferation and also be able to track even the usage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A follow-up on that.
Before the follow-up, Honorable Nominee, we all know what being. You are very intelligent, but let's keep the answers very brief.
Chairman, I will make conscious effort to keep the answers very, very brief.
Thank you very much. Dr. Brana Champon, your next question.
A follow-up on that. Since we are in an operation recover mode, are you able to, when you take office, launch an operation recover small arms by the Ghana Small Arms, because it's frightening. And the figure that I mentioned, the Ghana Small Arms reports that about only 50% of that is the 2004 data, only 50% of that is registered arms. The rest are unregistered, illicit weapons. So can you launch a program? I mean, in advanced countries, they launch a program, tender in your weapon and get some cash, do this and get this thing, so that at least we can reduce the number of weapons in circulation. It's quite frightening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I can assure my colleague that with the team, we'll look at that, because we can get maybe non-governmental organizations that may be able to support us. We can grant amnesty, because some people may be having it. They are even afraid that it will be seen on them. Maybe when they wanted it, there was some reason why they wanted it. Now they have it, they can't register it, but they want to tender it, but they are afraid. We can give some amnesty window period for that, and probably look at the exchange for cash or exchange for some kind. But like I said, when I joined the team, we have more experts there, and we'll put our heads together to see what we can do in the retrieving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. I'm encouraged by this last statements of yours. Honorable nominee, on the issue of promotions and transfers. Promotions are usually based on time in grade and time in service. When the time comes, I'm supposed to serve 4 years, I move to the next rank. 4 years, I don't need the prompting of any person. I don't need it to look as though it's a favor from a superior. I've done my time and promotion is due me. Except for when there's a vacancy issue at the top, which in that case, you are paid by the rank that you have achieved. But because there's no vacancy, okay, you will have to wait to then fill the rank. I'm not sure if you understand the question. So I'm supposed to be 4 years at Lieutenant Colonel, 4 years, I get to Lieutenant Colonel, I'm Colonel. If there's no vacancy at the Colonel rank, I'm still being paid as a Colonel elect, but I don't have the position to occupy. But I've bid my time. Is it possible that you can ensure that promotions and in the police services or all the agencies under you is by time in grade and time in service? Because I've read reports of police people for political expediency. When they are due promotions, they don't get their promotions, and then their juniors are passing them by. That we can institute a policy of time in grade, time in service, such that when you hit that time mark, you get your promotion. And then on transfers. Transfers in this country, Mr. Chairman, are seen as, in some cases, punishment. It's one question, promotions and transfers. Transfers are seen as a punishment. We will transfer you to somewhere the sun doesn't shine. It's what you hear from your superiors. Honorable, can we find a mechanism where when you enlist into a service, you know that this is going to be my operational area, that you elect? And once you are confirmed into that operational area, that I elect to be in the Volta region, that I will operate within the Volta region, so that it doesn't be that you are from Accra or you are from Wale Wale and you are transferred to Accra, and that is all where you want to live your life. Yes, I'm a policeman. Yes, I'm a prisons officer. But I want to really live my life in a certain geographical area. So can we find a policy? Can we do something about these transfers such that if you are transferring me within the eastern region, I'm okay with it. But I'm from the eastern region. I'm a human being. I want to live all my life in the eastern region. And then you transfer me to Nzulezu, where, yes, I'm in a force, but I don't want to live. So all my time in Nzulezu, I am unhappy. I can't give my best to the nation, and so on and so forth. So this issue of promotions and transfer, Honorable Minister, God will see you through, but when you are there, what will you want to do about these two issues that I've talked about? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, I tried to answer this question, but the assurance I will give my colleague is that working with the team that I'm joining, we'll put in mechanism to make this very transparent, and then some of the concern that you are carrying on, we'll look at it as a team and see the best way we'll be able to deal with it. Because you see, I've said it and I'm repeating, the law says at least. So if it says at least 4 years, it means that you can be there for 8 years. We should be careful, this mechanical promotion. I agree. But then what will be the motivating factor? If I get up every morning, I brace it, I work so hard, and in working hard, most of the time, as you and I may know, I even get the wrath of the institution because I make mistakes and I can get punished. Oh, you decide to sleep and just wait for the 4 years. And then the time comes, we'll all get promoted. Why wouldn't I also go and sleep? So I will all be sleeping, and then we'll just be counting the months and the years. It gets there, they will get promoted. So we need to strike a neat balance. And because of that neat balance, definitely there are experts, there are other ways of doing it in other jurisdictions. Together with the team, we'll put our heads together to overcome this challenge. But I will take the concern that you have raised seriously, and I assure you we'll do the best that we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you
Chair,
very much.
A follow-up on this. I agree with him, but when you are recruited into the service, you are expected to work hard. But if you work harder, you can be promoted above your colleagues. And in the same vein, if you are lazy and you decide that you sleep, there are administrative queries that can be put in place such that you also don't progress. But what we are talking about is all things being equal, that you have bid your time and you have been in the service for the time and you are due for promotion. I'll move to my third question, which is on the depoliticization of the services. Honorable Minister, in the last election, 2024, there was a security task force on elections. They did quite well, quite commendable, led by the CDS and then the IGP and other heads of services. We're grateful for their service. But Minister, you realize that in almost all the polling stations across the country, the security personnel that were deployed there did nothing to stop anything that was happening, because they were not too sure who was going to win and what will befall them if they take an action against the other person. That is what happened at almost every polling station. In fact, what we saw on TV at the collation centers, what we saw on TV is where people were being jacked up at collation centers, and police people, military officers were just looking on because people were just not too sure. Indeed, the Electoral Commission had to, on 3 occasions, issue letters requesting for security for them to collate results. What can you do? And I'm sure when you take such an action, you'll get the support of Ghanaians, that the police service or the services, the 10 agencies under you, including NADMO, when there's a disaster, they check where you belong before you get support. What can you do? And all Ghanaians will support you if you embark on such an action to ensure that the services that serve Ghanaians is depoliticized. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I always say this, and I've said this 1,001 times, even on the floor of the House. If we play around with everything that we do with excessive partisanship, then everything we do become politics. And we will all pay the price for it. I agree, we need to depoliticize, and this, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as part of his vision himself, has stated that in paragraph 183 of our manifesto, that we will take steps to depoliticize our security services. If you take, for example, the example you gave about the elections, I just like, frankly speaking, how the police operated. Why? People thought that they were going to do this thing and get away with it, destroy material and those things, and they were taking the videos, the CCTVs there, and as we speak, about 150 people have been arraigned before court. I can assure you, by the grace of God, if this committee approves of my nomination, I will ensure that they are prosecuted. I will support the team to make sure that justice is done, so that if you know someone who had gone violently to do something, and now he's been arrested and he's been prosecuted, and he truly gets prosecuted, next time when it is going to happen, you know. Because you see, one of the things that the police did that was good was that they refused to use firearms. Because if they had, now we'll have been counting a number of deaths. And you realize that in this election, there was not a single gunshot from the police. Some came from the military, some came from private citizens, but not the police. But all the perpetrators, as many as possible, and my check says 150 of them, I will support the team to make sure that each of them
is brought to justice, no matter who is involved. Because you see, if we don't do that, and then now I look and I say that, oh, this is a Muntaka, oh, can you do something about it? And he get away. Why would a Brian Champon also not get away with it? But if you see that a Muntaka is being dealt with, then the Brian Champon will know that when it gets to his thing, I mean, he can't get away with it. And for me, I keep saying, I mean, Mr. Chair, my faith tells me in the Holy Quran that God himself says he hates injustice. He is just and he hates injustice. And it will be unfair for people